Thank you for joining us. In accordance with the provisions of the New Jersey Open Public Meeting Act, the Highland Park Board of Education has given adequate notice of this meeting by having published the date, time, and place of this meeting in the Home News Tribune and has posted notice of this meeting at Bartle School, 435 Mansfield Street, Highland Park, New Jersey. Linda, could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Aversa?
Here.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Here.
Ms. Bull? Here. Ms. Simarusti?
Here.
Mr. Dietz?
Here.
Ms. Hughes?
Here.
Mr. Ross?
Here.
Ms. Scherber?
Here.
Mr. Sherman?
Here. If we could all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Could I have a motion to approve the correction to the minutes of July 29, 2013?
So moved. Oh,
Is there a second?
second.
Is there any discussion? Linda?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull? Yes. Ms. Simarusti?
Abstain.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz, can you speak into your microphone, please?
Which one?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes. Could I have a motion to rescind the motion on December 9, 2013 agenda and minutes as stated?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Is there an explanation?
Yes. The motion did not match what we had discussed as far as what was going to be approved, so it's being removed.
Okay.
Are we doing it in some other capacity, or are we just moving forward as is right now?
Just moving forward.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion? Linda?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull? Yes. Ms. Simarusti?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Could I have a motion to approve the minutes of January 6, 2014, regular public and executive session?
So moved. Second.
Is there any discussion? Linda?
Yes. I would like to make a correction under the item for the election of the board president. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. There was one vote of no, Darcy Simarusti, so we will reflect the minutes to show that there were 8 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Linda, roll call, please.
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull? Yes. Ms. Simarusti?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Linda, were there any communications?
The board received a large volume of emails since the last board meeting. They were all addressed to each of the board members, so I am not going to go into detail on them, covering various topics.
Okay, thank you. Tim?
Tonight, we're going to start with the student update.
Okay, so recently many students and teachers have been complaining about fluctuating temperatures throughout the school. Certain hallways are extremely cold, at like 35 degrees or 40 degrees, while other classrooms are uncomfortably hot. And apparently teachers cannot control if the heat is on or off, so some vents are blowing out cold air. And like a lot of students have complained about this, so I think this is an actual problem. Also, there will be a canned food drive in February run by Student Congress and the Student Leadership Group.
Many DECA members have placed either first, second, or third in the region's competition, and as of now, 34 of the 45 members will be competing in the state competition, and only 6 schools in the state of New Jersey have recorded the highest level called the Thrive Award, and Highland Park received this award. Also, Global Awareness Group raised over $150 on Martin Luther King Day by running a bake sale in front of several shops in town.
Thank you. Next, the review of the budget calendar. Linda?
I passed out a list of dates just before the meeting. Just last week, the governor signed legislation which will change the deadlines for the budgets for school districts who do not have elections in April. Hold on. Sorry. The budget used to have a very tight turnaround for all school districts, where the governor's budget address would take place the last Tuesday in February. State aid figures wouldn't be available to school districts until 2 days after that, which is the last Thursday in February, and the first Monday in March, the budget was due to the county office in preliminary form. That only gave 1 day, basically, to get the budget together. So they have extended the due date for that by about 3 weeks. So the new date that the preliminary budget needs to be adopted by the board, which is then submitted to the County Department of Education, is March 20th. We anticipate that the governor's budget address will be February 25th. 2 days later, February 27th, will be the state aid numbers available to the districts. We have a board meeting on March 10th. Budget is not due till the 20th. If the board wanted to have an extra week to continue their deliberation of the budget, then there's the option of changing that board meeting date to the 17th. So that's something the board would possibly want to discuss. The next due date is for the final formal public hearing and also the adoption by the board of the final budget, which has to take place between April 24th and May 7th. We have a board meeting on April 28th, so that meeting fits right into the schedule. So that would be the date for the final adoption of the budget. So you have between the preliminary time and the final is about 5 weeks. So there's additional time for that. Used to be due the end of March. So we've got about 4 extra weeks on the whole budget. During the months of March and April, there are presentations of the budget to the staff, the PTSOs, community groups, the borough officials, etc.
Thank you, Linda.
I have a question. Linda, is the March 10th date is 2014, I assume?
I am sorry. Yes, that should be a 4.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, I'm going to call on Mr. Humphreys to come down and to talk about the technology plan. There were a number of questions at the last meeting in reference to the plan that was created last year, and he's going to provide us with an update.
Good evening. The technology plan for the district was drawn up in July of, July of this past summer. That would be the summer, wouldn't it? It was submitted to the county office. There haven't been a lot of follow-through. There haven't been a lot of things that have happened regards the technology plan. One of the things that was a problem with it was that there was only $55,000 put into it to fund network infrastructure, computers, computer repairs, software, and a variety of other items. In the first part of the technology plan, there was a technology inventory that was inaccurate. It was actually a 4-year-old inventory that hasn't been kept up just due to time constraints and the fact that a lot of time had been spent actually repairing systems that were falling into obsolescence throughout the district. That's the first item, technology equipment inventory. One of the other items on technology plan was networking capacity. That was also not really funded in the technology plan, since all that we had was a maintenance budget. We didn't have a budget for putting in new equipment or new systems. So the only opportunity we had was when something broke down, we would replace it. There was also a moment in it where we were talking about increased use of bandwidth, and we needed to upgrade the amount of bandwidth we were buying from our internet service provider. And we've only gone part of the way in having that done. The other thing that we spoke of in the technology plan was the method for filtering the traffic to the students. The tech plan called for us to upgrade those services as we changed our method of handling traffic or as we changed the amount of bandwidth that we have. We didn't do that either, and there was no money put into the budget to have that done. There was also a software inventory, and the way it was laid out in the technology plan was that these applications were in use across the district, and it kind of gave an equal footing to each one of these applications. These applications are actually broken out per building, per facility, so they're really not across the district. They're very much specialized for each one of the facilities out there. The technology plan also had a needs assessment component. The needs assessment component really hasn't been carried out properly either. There's no real hard and fast mechanism for how we measured to say we needed certain items as far as curriculum, as far as professional development materials, and so on. There are a lot of vagaries in it. According to administration's examination of the technology plan, these are the places where we're primarily deficient. The only place where we're partially deficient is in Goal 4, where we have taken the steps to upgrade the internet linkages between Bartle and the high school and Irving at the high school. Those two connections actually come from the internet access of the high school and feed the other two buildings. So we have gone a little ways in getting some of this done, but certainly not as far as we should. There were professional development strategies on there. These have not been ongoing or sustained. I mean, we have tablet training for teachers. We have training on interactive whiteboards, in-house training on how to use wikis or blogs. We really haven't done that either. This is the item I mentioned before. The plan had an annual budget of $55,000 a year. In the last few weeks, we've totaled up what it would take for the district to actually contend with the technology plan as it's actually structured, and also adding the park conformation into it so that we conform to the state standards for the park testing. That's $870,000 as opposed to the $55,000 that was originally budgeted. There's no digital curriculum cost in any of this. Additional curriculum for if we go ahead and purchase Chromebooks, there's nothing to run on those. I mean, there are a variety of things that were just not dealt with in the budget. Overall cost, including purchase of computers and other initiatives, hardware, networking, maintenance, support of the networking, totals $1,044,310, according to the last numbers that we looked at. And that doesn't include software or professional development. Technology in the district has been underfunded for nearly 7 years. That $55,000 a year budget has been present for that time. That's how long we've been underfunded. This is just a laundry list of a lot of the network items that we would need to bring the network in the school district up to par, and put it on par with other school districts in the area. If this money had been spent out over a successive period of time, we would certainly not be looking at an expenditure of this magnitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody, yeah, go on.
No, are there any questions from the board?
I have a question. What has to happen immediately?
Increase in bandwidth to the entire district has to happen immediately. We've only put a Band-Aid on it by speeding up the links between the buildings. We're also going to have to go through some sort of a hardware platform retrofit in terms of Windows XP is expiring as of April. Microsoft will no longer support it. We have a large population of Windows XP machines in the district. We're going to have to make up for that at some point in time. That was never included in the tech plan.
How old are those Windows XP machines?
They verge anywhere from
I probably used them.
2005 onwards. We have some Windows 7 machines in the district, but certainly not enough to outfit the entire student population with what they need. One of the park standards calls for the children to train on the same machine and be taught on the same machine they're going to use for testing. So that makes this very, very difficult. So in order to conform to the park standard, we need to get something in place fairly soon.
Can we move forward with this plan?
Yeah, we can move forward with the plan if there's money to do it. There is something else that sort of dovetails with this. Excuse me. The board passed a resolution about bring your own technology a number of years ago, but it wasn't a funded item. So there's no management of any of that bring your own technology item right now. We are wide open when it comes to a child bringing a laptop or bringing any other piece of hardware into this district. Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, go on.
We really need to look at that again and possibly, even if just for a short time, rescind that policy so that we get ourselves some protection on the network via the new servers that I'm suggesting for this technology plan.
When we created that policy, you and I had spoken about individual student access accounts.
Right.
It's written in the policy.
But there's no software support on the back end of any of that.
And that's my question for you is what do we... That part was really important to me when I wrote the policy. So for this exact reason that you just explained, what do we need to do that?
If we purchase a server to manage this, you're talking about software that runs approximately $50 per device. So you really need to decide how many devices each child would conceivably have in the course of the day active on them, and then we lock everybody else out. But unless we have the software to manage those devices, this is just useless. We're wide open to almost anything.
Are we able to do two different networks? Can we have our
hardware is too old to carry out virtualization properly.
All right.
Or else we'd be able to handle that, yes.
So you're talking about the devices that are going to use the Wi-Fi, but if a student comes in with a 3G or a 4G device, they are free.
If they're connected on the outside via 3G or 4G, we have no relativity to that. But iPhones and a variety of other devices will automatically connect to your Wi-Fi network. So with that in mind, we have no protection from that.
And you're coming at it from a threat standpoint,
yes,
or from
a threat standpoint.
A bandwidth standpoint?
It's a double-edged sword. I mean, they are using bandwidth. Emails get updated faster via our network than they do via 4G when somebody's attached to our network. Regards viruses and things of that nature, if somebody opens up a VPN connection on their, I'm not going to get a long-winded explanation, but if they open up a VPN connection on their device, they can actually channel traffic into our network. We had an incident of a virus occurring on a machine via a VPN last week, a virus called CryptoLocker, which locks down all the files on the computer. And it could do it on network shares also, which would have dire implications for the school district.
Right. Do we have a cloud that we back up to right now? Because I know the law, we can only do clouds that are stationed in the United States. We cannot do clouds that are where most of them are in other countries. Do we right now back up to a cloud?
Google Drive is the only cloud we're attached to at this point in time. We do manual backups. We don't do versioning backups because we don't have the hardware available for that. So we're kind of at odds with current networking technology that would allow us to have those kinds of mechanisms in place.
So my sense when we passed this policy was that the district's firewall and protections that sort of exist on the network would then be applied to computers or devices that attach to the network.
That's correct.
That is correct, okay.
Yes.
So I think maybe I'm missing a piece of how we're vulnerable.
Once somebody is inside the network, the firewall has no concern whatsoever. The firewall doesn't block traffic between nodes within the network. So if you have a file server in XYZ room and a child over here with a laptop is trying to whack that file server, we have no protection whatsoever. Having software that actually manages the device and creates a personal login so we can track the use of the device, that would be in our favor.
Right.
But right now, connection to connection within inside the network, district-wide, they can do anything they want.
But aren't there permissions that can be assigned to?
Well,
I mean-
if it had a permission, if it was permission-based access to the network, but it's not.
And so if I'm understanding correctly, we also have no filters right now.
Yeah, we have a filter from the outside, and it handles all of the internet traffic for all the students district-wide. And it can be as minimally invasive and minimally restrictive, or as grandiose and incredibly as restrictive as you would like. I field requests every week from teachers asking for access to certain sites. So it is a situation where they have to get permission of some sort to access something with a curriculum basis or an educational content. So we do have filtering in place. The one thing we don't do with regards to any kind of a filter is what's called application monitoring. There are certain applications out there that, let's pick the odd proxy application. If they go through our firewall and they find a hole in it and they can run a proxy, we can't track that traffic. We can't see that. Not without somebody sitting with their face in a screen 24/7 watching all of our traffic go by. And we don't have that kind of monitoring.
But with the sign-in that we previously talked about, could we do
With the
that?
sign-in on the individual devices, we would have much more granular control, much more effective control over what comes off the student devices.
But in order to have the sign-in, we need the hardware.
We need the hardware and the software, yes.
And we
need the
don't
hosting.
have either of those things
No.
at all whatsoever.
No, not for individual devices
And we
like that.
can't update anything because we are so far behind
We are-
now
yes.
technologically that nothing out there that could provide what we need run on our machines.
The last time I priced out a service off-site that would actually host these as opposed to us buying hardware, it was $50 per device per year. So, considering that each child would bring their own device, you've got quite a bill there.
Right. But this is also way beyond bring your own device. This is about actually having infrastructure.
This is about having protection in place so that someone doesn't do damage to your infrastructure or the data that it carries.
But the conversation about the technology plan is way beyond bring your own device as well.
Yes.
This is about technology that we want to have in this district in lieu of anybody bringing their own device.
Yes, that's correct. Ultimately, that's correct.
And what I'm hearing from you is all of these things we're talking about right now is just Band-Aids for the actual problem, which is we need hardware for students. And by hardware, we mean computers.
I would assume, and for teachers as well.
And
We're
for
not
teachers.
up. Does every teacher have in the
For
district?
Irving teachers are sadly lacking. Bartle teachers are working from netbooks with 2 gig of RAM in them. High school teachers have regular PC laptops of varying ages and vintage, various amounts of RAM, various processors. I mean, it's very much been a patch it kind of situation for us.
And would you say that there's, all of the things that we've just talked about, investing in various things to protect to protect ourselves is not really worth it while we don't have the hardware in place? Where should our money go, I guess, is my question.
Well, initially you need to boost the amount of, let's call it horsepower for your network, and then you can handle the traffic. Then you put the protections in place to actually handle the traffic at that time.
Would you say that then you buy the hardware
You
as well?
you buy the hardware somewhat in advance of deciding that you're going to handle some particular kind of traffic. So my suggestion was 2 additional file servers, and we would use a technology called virtualization, and we would build 4 to 8 servers on top of that hardware, as opposed to in the old days where you had one box and it was one server. Now we can have multiple servers in a computer.
I would like to shift the conversation to professional development. You pretty much said we're not doing it in terms of the plan. Where are we in terms of, what is the priority for professional development in your mind? Is it smart bar training? Is it laptop training? Is it one-to-one training? Where should we be looking to invest?
I'm deferring to the superintendent's office and the curriculum people to make those kinds of decisions. I certainly don't have that round of expertise to offer.
My concern from hearing what you've said and then thinking about professional development is that we don't actually have anything for the teachers to learn on or to utilize, so there's no hardware, so there's nothing to professionally develop.
Yeah, I think that I think professional development, if we don't know what we're going to do with the computers, we don't need to buy the computers. in my mind. I think we need to realize, I think we really need to think about what we're going to do with the computers and how we're going to use them and who's going to use them before we purchase them. And I think they are hand in hand. And if, you know, it might take some time to implement whatever we want to do, but professional development, I think, is the first thing that
And when
needs
you
to
say
happen.
we, what I think is, it's a we as a district, and it's a really going back to the teachers and having that conversation
Yeah.
with them of what will help in the classroom
Yep, yep.
to make it a richer learning environment for the students.
Yep.
Can you jump back on your slideshow? No, back. Go back one more. I don't know, maybe one more. Okay, maybe this is what I was honing in on. I don't even know if it's this slide that I need to ask the question, and maybe it was a little bit further on, but just to summarize what I heard you say, and then I'll ask the question. What I heard you say is that we've been spending roughly $60,000 a year on stuff.
I've been spending approximately $25,000 on break fix each year.
Okay.
And then the lion's share of the rest of that went for software and licensing for various packages.
Okay.
We doubled the budget, though, last year in June, when we put $50,000 towards computers in the media center at the high school, and we effectively doubled the budget for that single year.
Okay. Well, and then you presented a number of $1 million that we need. And I guess what I'm trying to get my head wrapped around is $1 million nirvana, or is $1 million, like, is $1 million technology nirvana? Is it a baseline? Is it, I mean, they're intermixed in your presentation. You say $1 million buys us content filtering, it buys us virtualization, it buys us network access, it buys us Park, whatever it is that we need to get with Park, it buys us that. It buys us more bandwidth, and you named a whole bunch of other things in there. But I guess is $1 million nirvana, or is $1 million this is what you absolutely need in a hurry or else? That's what I'm missing.
Okay, I think the $1 million really, in the long term, will buy you everything that you need.
Okay.
But it does include, I'll say a population of computers, whether they are Chromebooks, whether they are laptops for everyone, or whatever they might be. But it's going to take time, obviously, to get to that number.
So I guess the question is, if the part that I'm missing in this is, I see that there's a plan with certain goals, but the part that's missing in this is, for me anyway, is we were underfunding, and now we're talking about $1 million. But let's assume that we don't have $1 million. Just, you know, I don't know.
That's a good assumption.
Just figuring. How do we get there? What are the steps that we need to take to get us from our current point of, call it zero, to something that's better? And is there a way to time this so that we're not spending it all in 1 year? I mean, what's the plan? What do we need to do?
Can I just add on to that? I think the other thing is, you know, so I was seeing $1 million number. Spent a lot of time looking at Chromebooks today. I know that you can get a Chromebook for $350. I would like to see your breakdown in what you're envisioning, and I realize we don't have a real, I mean, this technology plan that we passed appears to be make-believe, so I would like to see what the breakdown of that $1 million is, and maybe you have it in your mind, but...
Well, I don't think I can give you everything from my mind, because some of this is about initiative by the superintendent's office, some of this is about curriculum materials, some of this is about upgrades for existing equipment. I'm going to have to go back up for quotes. What I can tell you is that this number, $173,750, buys us the server hardware we need, it buys us the network hardware infrastructures that we need, and this will carry us forward for at least another 5 years. We're presently running on 14-year-old network hardware, and I don't know of anybody who understands what that means. If you had 14-year-old network hardware in your home, would you tolerate it? If your phone was 14 years old, would you tolerate it? Your children don't tolerate it. Your children are much more aware of it than we are.
Yeah, so this $173,000 that you've got here, you've listed servers, but from a big picture perspective, what position does this put us in with respect to our BYOD, with respect to having Chromebooks in the classrooms, if that's what we're going to do? What is this doing in terms of positioning us for that?
This gives us an upgraded wireless infrastructure. This gives us an upgraded desktop or wired network infrastructure. This also gives us servers to build the rest of the BYOD or whatever you prefer on top of that. Right now, we are handling all the Chromebook logins, like the ones that you're using, from a server at the high school. They're conspicuously slow. If we had a local server here, we would handle those much faster. As we bring more and more machines online with a specific login that's tied to an Active Directory server, we need localized server resources. We do not have those. So this gives you the means to pursue an active policy about what you want to do with your networks. This will bail you out of the canyon that you're in right now with not being up to date. The other numbers, you're going to need the computers. You're going to need to hand them off to staff. You're going to need to give them to students. As I said earlier, XP is leaving us on April 8th. We will get no more security updates, no more regular network updates. We won't get any kind of driver updates. We'll get nothing from Microsoft. So we have to visit that issue at some point in time. I mean, our firewall will keep anything really nefarious from coming in, but we're going to have to visit this at the end of the school year in some way, shape, or form. We are looking at reconvening a technology committee, putting all the proper stakeholders in place, and that's going to go a long way toward giving us what we need from the curriculum side and from the staff development side to know how far we're going to have to drive this out in terms of that $1 million.
Well, I was about to bring up that point. This plan, I don't know how I voted on this plan. I voted against the plan previous before this. I think I voted against this plan. This plan did not have buy-in from teachers. I don't even know if you were on the committee when it was created. I know the board members were not on the committee when it was created, and for me, it's not the plan that I would like to see moving forward. I'm going to say tonight, I would love to see us scrap this plan and write a new one with those stakeholders.
I agree with Adam. I think we need to rescind this plan. I think we need to take a holistic, I think this piece right here is a very good start. I think we need to sit down and take a holistic look at it with curriculum in mind, with K through 12 teachers, and think about hardware, software, and what we need, and come up with a holistic plan before we do anything. And I think we can assume that what we have currently hardware-wise, there's very little that's worth keeping.
Tim, do you have a comment?
Well, I was going to say the two things that we've talked about are the bandwidth and then getting computers into the teachers and students' hands. So can you speak to why those were the first two things that we addressed?
Yeah, we talked about we increased the bandwidth this past summer from 50 meg to 100 meg. Your 4G phone is 25 meg. We're serving an entire district with a wholly inadequate speed as far as the kinds of things we expect to do with this network. Anything from full streaming video, anything from anything that's multimedia based, conforming to the park standard falls into the realm of that. So the next action was to increase the bandwidth between the buildings because both Bartle and Irving feed back to the high school for their internet traffic. So that picked up some portion of the bandwidth puzzle. But the final piece of that is to increase the bandwidth coming into the high school from that 100 meg on up to possibly as much as 1 gigabit of data. But the penalty for the 1 gigabit of data is quite high. Priced out on the state contract, I got a price somewhere between $5,000 and $8,000
a month.
It was yeah, it was around $5K a month.
We're paying
We're paying $3,112 a month right now for internet access.
And that's double.
Thank you.
Doubled over, right? Over a year.
But it's still not adequate for us. We regularly have drop packets. Right now, our phone network is running on its own network. We would love to put the phone network on our own network and handle that traffic ourselves. But we contracted with a vendor to build a secondary network because ours is so efficient at handling traffic. So they built another network for us using our fiber optic cable to handle just our phones, because we can't handle that.
My driving concern is are we buying computers to buy computers, or are we buying computers with a plan to implement them for the use of student education? And this plan doesn't tell me it. I don't know.
No, we need a new plan.
I don't know what does. And the first thing I do agree with is that I think every teacher in this district should have a up-to-date computer, laptop that they can take home, do work on, do work in class. That I have no problem with buying computers for right now. But beyond that, I think we need a real idea of how many are we buying this year? Those have a 3-year lifespan, 2-year lifespan. How many are we going to buy next year? How many are we going to buy the year after that? And what are we going to do with them, and what PD is going to go with them? Because beyond that, computers alone doesn't impact, in my mind, doesn't impact anything.
I take a step further back than you. I think we should do nothing until we all sit down at the table and have a holistic, realistic plan for what we think we need in the classroom, why we need it, what curriculum we're going to use, how we're going to integrate it into our existing classroom structures, and then we move forward. But we need real numbers. We need a real plan. And I would vote tonight to absolutely rescind this plan.
What do we need for park, and when do we need it?
That's a good question.
Tim, can you speak to some of the...
What do we need for park, and when do we need it?
So before we can get to that, I guess the first comment that I would have about the conversation you're having is that increasing the bandwidth and buying these computers, this is, to me, this is a first step of a much bigger problem.
Mm-hmm.
This is really a Band-Aid, that we're trying to make sure that we have something that works, something that's giving teachers and students access and enough bandwidth to allow them to use the programs. We have Study Island, we have Reading Eggs, I think it is. We have things that they can't utilize currently because we don't have computers that run. So I don't disagree with you that we need to have a comprehensive plan and that this is poor. But when we talk about just what the immediate needs are, these two things as far as, again, getting computers and the bandwidth is an immediate solve, something we can begin implementing, and then we'll be able to, I think it'll help us in our guidance as we move forward on the larger plan. As far as park readiness, all of these things that Brian is talking about, we're not going to be able to spend $1 million in the next year. But we need to start looking at what are the immediate fixes, and I can't speak to each one of those individually. I don't know how much detail you can give, Brian, as far as what are the absolutes that we have to have in place between now and next year. But it is substantial upgrades. The minimum bandwidth is what did they say? Is that the 300?
Yeah.
Okay, so
For park.
Right, so we're looking at, we have to triple our bandwidth by next year. These are the things, again, I mean, we're looking at, again, short-term versus long-term, and I think that's where Brian was saying, as far as reconvening a panel and looking at this long-term and making, again, for all the professional development, there was nothing that was actually laid out and planned for professional development technology, even though it was in the plan. So we have to do something comprehensive, but I would hate to see us not put the computers into the classroom immediately and not increase the bandwidth, because those are improvements that we will be able to see immediately.
When we eventually do a plan, I would like to see a plan that is reflective of the cycles of technology, no more than 3 years, and then we revisit things like that. Because realistically speaking, you can't go this many years without.
And we can't budget if we don't have that information. We can't budget for it.
And it would be good to know. I don't know that much about park and technology. I care more about sort of multimedia in the classroom and using it as a teaching tool. But I'm not aware, and it would be good to know what computers are park ready. Like, what does park expect us to have? Computerized. I know that the Chromebook works, but what else? What are your options?
And is it not the case that the first year, at least, of park, you have some flexibility in terms of what your infrastructure is and some ability to use paper testing?
They're continuously rolling that out. So there has been talk that you would be able to paper.
I'm just saying it so that it may not be quite as pressing in terms of the park part, and if we could section that out just to buy ourselves a little bit more time.
I think that the realistic thing is that park is coming and that we have a dire need for technology. I don't think we need technology because of park.
Right.
I think when we buy technology, we should have park in mind, because we shouldn't do a double spend.
Sure.
And I think that's really the vein that we're working in, which is trying to identify, here's something that's a good practice, this is something that's going to enhance our students, give them the 21st century skills, give them access to computers, across and something that's done systemically to be able to address that need. And by the way, it's PARC compliant.
And give our teachers tools to teach to how students are thinking and learning. I mean, it interests fifth graders to use a computer. Give our teachers those skills to do that too at the same time.
Yep.
And
we should welcome feedback from our teachers on courses that they want to take, ways that they want to implement technology.
Well, I
that should inform our plan.
I think that our plan is what our teachers, I think our plan is all of us coming together as a group with the teachers, getting their professional opinions, and they know our kids very well, and making the plan with them.
So if I can just ask another question on this from a process perspective. We saw some numbers show up. One is, I don't know if it's your wish list or your estimate of where we need to be for baseline, that $175,000. That's not a question, I'm just sort of iffy, I'm not sure where that is, but within the context of budget season, I mean, obviously we're talking about this because we're going to be talking at some level about how to squeeze something onto the budget to make some of this a possibility, right? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, again, you're looking at 1% of the budget is what you would be looking at as a rule of thumb. So, will we get there? You're looking at going from 55,000 to 290,000. That's a pretty significant jump. And so we have to look to see, again, what that is. Again, it's not going to be $1 million, but we have to start putting this into the context of what Jesse is referencing, that 3 to 5 years that the software, hardware is obsolete. So you have to be putting money continuously into this to upgrade and to replace.
Yeah, but I guess the question I'm asking is, when we talk about the budget season, we're not just going to say $290,000 for stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
We're going to say,
here's the needs that
here's
we
a
have.
number for particular stuff.
500,
I'll
200.
tell you what I want to see.
So,
What I want to see is an Excel spreadsheet broken down of what you want and what the associated costs are. And I want that to be built into the budget.
Yeah.
okay, so, is that coming in the next couple, my question is not for the answer for this to be tonight. Is that coming in the next couple weeks for us to, are we going to be drilling down more on that?
That's what happens in February. You identify what the needs are within the district. From those needs, you then put the budget numbers to it.
Okay.
To plan out.
So we'll be putting together the technology, help me out,
Plan.
panel
The components.
of people?
Yeah, we're doing another inventory next week. I'm going on vacation for a short vacation this week, but next week I'm stopping my staff from doing everything else that they've been doing, and we're doing a full district inventory of all the computing hardware because the existing inventory has aged as much as it has and is probably incorrect by more than 30%. So we're going to come up with a number regards compatibility of our present hardware with the standards that are necessary to operate a school district. And then based on that, we're going to make some kind of a judgment call to say, we need X number of platforms for the individual teachers and individual students to be able to go through their day and complete competency and be able to have what they need.
In the meantime, how many XP computers are there? Do you know?
Ballpark right now, between 350 and 400.
It's more than a majority of our computer. It's way more than a majority of our
Some of the
computers.
laptop carts are Windows 7, and the brand-new lab at the high school, which was bought as a swan song by the last administration, that's also Windows 7. All the other labs are piecemeal computers. Some are rebuilds, some are refurbs, some have been rebuilt by my staff. Others are labs that have had less and less and less computers in them because of obsolescence, because of the inability to use them on a daily basis. The lab here at Bartle used to have 31 computers in it. It's now down to 6. It's totally unusable, not a lab of any kind anymore, and it's not compatible with the newer browsers, the newer versions of Java. There are a lot of things we just can't do on these old machines that are 9 and 10 years old.
And will you give us a realistic list when you do the inventory of what just needs to be scrapped?
Well, I'm going to take off what was on the old inventory and, massage the two into one list, and then I'm going to be listing which are the older systems, which ones really do need to be replaced immediately.
I think we've just, My motivation for saying that is that we've been through this process for so many years of putting Band-Aids on things and trying to make things work, which is great. We've needed you to do that. I think we really need to be realistic about where we are. We really need to know this is what does not work, it's not going to work, we have to get rid of it.
Well, anything that's XP at this point in time, anything that's a Macintosh older than last week, because we have so few Macs now, those are the things that are going to have to be pulled out of the system and abandoned. So, I mean, I mentioned we aren't going to be getting any more security upgrades that are going to tighten up these machines beyond April 8th. So the XP machines are going to have to be worked out of the system in a hurry.
And given that the price point of computers has come down since the 90s when we last bought them, it seems, I actually wonder what the cost benefit is of just buying newer hardware rather than trying to fix stuff.
Is there a way for us to make any kind of money on the back end with these things that we are scrapping?
Our systems are so old, we send them...
Recycling, Adam? Recycling money?
Every penny counts these days.
We've sent machines out for what they call resource recovery, where they take the gold, the copper, the mercury, and all the rest of it. Those systems, I think we got 7 cents a pound. It wasn't much.
Every penny counts these days.
It almost didn't justify picking it up and carrying it out to the garage to be with the rest of the systems that are out there. The only reason we did is because there's also hazardous waste, and most of the things have CRTs on them.
Last question I have is, what is our insurance on the computers right now? Like or do we not have any insurance on
the Chromebooks? Newer computers.
If I broke this Chromebook right now, what would happen? Would I be?
If you broke that Chromebook, I would use it for a doorstop.
Okay, so we don't have any insurance policy.
They're not really serviceable. Okay. They're a snap-together sandwich. The one part on them that doesn't bother me is the keyboard so much as it does the LCD display. That's the most expensive part. We've had incidences where students have gotten disgruntled during the day and punched the LCD screen, or people close a pencil inside their laptop, things like that.
And they're done.
Some of those things are unavoidable just because of the types of attention you have to give to your classroom. So we just get those repaired and move on.
It would be good to know, actually, if we are thinking about moving in the Chromebook direction, what our attrition rate has been. How many have actually just broken or not broken? And what Adam is alluding to is a conversation we had earlier today where the West Windsor District is rolling out
one-to-one Chromebooks.
Carts and one-to-one Chromebooks, and the students are actually purchasing insurance for a price of, I believe, $32 per computer, and that insures it for, I believe, replacement. So that's something I think we should look into. But it would be nice to know how many have died.
Well, we haven't had any die yet. We've only had them since August.
They said the dying is not the issue, it's the screen breaking.
Yeah,
it's the issue.
Abject destruction of the screen, because it is the most expensive part.
Yeah, or a kid holding it like this and just...
Like that, Greg. Yep, just like that.
Just like that, Greg.
But I think to go back to that point, when he's talking about we have 350 plus XP, again, you're talking about when we're saying 400 Chromebooks of purchasing, you're talking about it being a wash. Right now.
Yeah, I'm operating under the assumption that we have very little to no technology.
Right, we have zero. I'm operating under that assumption too. But if we don't have a plan to do anything with those computers this year, we might as well wait more time, or unless you're saying that we have things, which you're saying now, that we are not able to run, that we need computers for.
I'm saying if we do this, we can start implementing tomorrow.
Okay.
And I think we need to. I don't think that, in our current position, and again, with the technology that we don't have available to students, that this is something that we should be tabling for now. That this is something we should move forward, because again, this is just a drop in the bucket.
So you're recommending that we spend $170,000 to expand?
I'm saying that we buy the Chromebooks that we had discussed at the last meeting, and that we do the upgrade on the bandwidth, and that's the start. And then through the technology plan, we continue to move and upgrade and look at what money we need to set aside to make the system fully operational, and start chipping away at that 170.
How many Chromebooks were in that?
400.
What's your price you're getting? $350?
About $260 each.
And
These same ones.
Are you buying? Do you like this for? I've seen other versions
as well. There's an Acer. And
Asus makes a really low-end one, goes for about $170.
Oh, it's lower than that. Oh, I thought it was a little. And I heard Dell's coming out with. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, can you use your microphone?
Oh, yeah.
Your microphone.
Your microphone.
Brian.
Yeah.
So I think what we were just talking about is that Chromebooks, which are great for using Google Drive and a lot of collaborative learning, collaborative things, and that's what we're using now. They have an Acer version, I believe, and a Dell should be rolling out, and then there's this Samsung.
Right, there's also a Hewlett-Packard one. The Samsung has been on the market the longest, and it's the most robust one out there to date. These other ones haven't been time-tested, so I'm not at liberty at this point to say I know that some other manufacturer's Chromebook is the best one out there for us. There may certainly be a lower-end system on the market that would fill our bill, but I haven't seen it yet.
So my question was, if you're happy with this?
I'm happy with the Samsung Chromebook.
And so, I'm sorry, the price was $260 per Chromebook.
$260, that includes the $30 license per Chromebook.
And does that include is that with the cart? Or
That doesn't include the cart.
Which the cart is ridiculously expensive.
And we are talking about, yeah, the carts are ridiculously expensive.
Yeah, the carts have always been overpriced for what you really get.
Yeah.
Do we know how the staff and the teachers feel about the Chromebooks? I mean,
that's what we have so far.
That's what they're using now?
I think so.
I'm sure if they're running Windows XP machines, they would be very happy to
have Chromebooks instead of them.
I mean, we've had conversations with the staff about, purchasing these and implementing them, and all the feedback that I've received has been positive.
I also know that they are widely used in other schools and industries.
Okay. So on the next agenda, you're expecting for us to approve 400 new Chromebooks, right? Is that correct?
No, the intention is that we talked about in facilities.
My Chromebook.
You talked about it in the last.
Yeah, I reported out on it in the last meeting.
I didn't have a good proposal yet, though.
For the bandwidth.
And the bandwidth on?
Chromebooks.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying the bandwidth.
We have a motion on tonight's for the, I don't know if that's not bandwidth. Yeah.
Interconnect speeds.
Right.
What's the one?
I don't have quotes yet. I guess when Brian gets them to me, I can put them on the agenda.
Okay. So my ask is, how many are going to be directed, for not now, but for next meeting, how many of those 400 are going to be directed to teachers? How many are going to be directed to students? And in which grade levels or at least building levels, if you can give me, where those 400 are going to be, and what programs we have that are in need. So you said Study Island, you said the other...
I think the program list that we already have, Brian had up there before, right? Reading Egg, Study Island, Power School, and those are things that we're currently using and that we currently don't have technology for. So whether we build that out or not build that out, at the very least we have these. So I'm sorry, Power School, can you read those?
Power School, Google applications including Gmail and Google Drive, that's not written there, Teachscape, ESL Reading, Smart Study Island, software packages for a few textbook series, System 44 and Reading Eggs.
So those are currently in place, and we have no technology to allow the students to actually utilize those programs. I for one know that my Reading Eggs password hasn't come home.
But that's different than...
If, just for a moment, if you each take a look at the taskbar at the bottom of each one of your Chromebooks, you'll notice a collection of applications down there. I placed those applications there. They are for the K-12 environment. When prior administration bought these Chromebooks, they gave me no hint as to what they wanted to put on these or how they wanted to deal with them, and they just said, go buy them. I put a collection of applications on these. Our curriculum people now are going to take a look at all the applications that are available to us, including free and pay ones, and decide what's appropriate for the Chromebooks when they come in.
Well, some of that money should be spent on purchasing of applications.
There are many, many free applications that we can take advantage of also.
What I would hope is that we would have a motion to purchase the 400, and that we also have a motion to convene the technology
Committee?
Committee, the word just keeps escaping me. And that within that motion, we also have a directive that we start talking about what the teachers need and want in the classroom.
You don't think we need to do the network?
And that we do the networking thing. Yeah, I do. Thank you, Ann.
I have a question about Cheapscape. Cheapscape. It's up on the district-wide. What do we pay for that, and is that a yearly cost?
I don't know the price of that off the top of my head. That is a yearly contract cost.
Because that would be a money saving.
Yeah, we would all have to look it up.
I think it's approximately 23,000.
So we could save money.
A year?
Right. Linda, but I mean, it's somewhere around 20,000, if I remember.
I don't want to throw a number in the air, because if I say 50,000, you'll say, what? Yeah,
You don't
it's
know
over
off the top
10.
of
That's all I'll commit to.
All right. Great, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you.
So Teachscape is based on the data.
Next, we're going to have Dr. Williams present from the high school of some of the policy concerns that have arisen there.
One of each, green and yellow? Yes. Oh, they're the same, oh, okay.
They're all the same?
This is an extra.
Looks like we have a lot of reading It's the first one. I think they're the same.
I would put it out there. What does it?
It's just one folder for each of us, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you need the spare one?
No, ma'am. I just made 12. I made too many? One was free.
It should be.
We ready, Mr. Capone? Good evening, everyone. I am here tonight to make a few requests of the board to revise a few policies that have come up in the high school. One of the policies that I would like to discuss is policy 5755, which is equity in educational programs and services. And when we're looking at this particular policy, it talks about having an equal and barrier-free access to all classes within the high school. Currently, we do not have equal and barrier-free access to all courses in the high school because we have teacher recommendations for honors and advanced placement courses. We also have prerequisites to enroll in honors and advanced placement courses. When you're talking about teacher recommendations, teacher recommendation is based on teachers' interactions with the student and it's subjective. And also prerequisites, although created, I believe, with great intent, inhibit student exploration in upper level courses. And also with you have all of these, there's a minimum minority enrollment in honors and advanced placement courses. I'm here tonight to ask the board to consider eliminating the teacher recommendations and course placement criterion, which is prerequisites currently required for student placement in core academic courses in the high school. Another policy that supports the request is policy 5750, which is equal educational...
Frederick.
I'm sorry.
Can we take them one by one, or do you want to...
It's up to you.
If you could just go back one slide, and if you could just speak a little slower, I just didn't catch the recommendations.
We want to eliminate teacher recommendations and course placement criterion, which is prerequisites currently required to enroll in honors and advanced placement courses in the high school. We want to make sure that we follow the policy. There are certain practices that are not aligned to your policy, which we're supposed to have equal and barrier-free access to classes within the high school. And those create barriers for students who would like to attempt to enroll in an upper level course because they may or may not have the prerequisite, or they may or may not receive a teacher recommendation, but they have the aptitude and the will to try.
So can you explain, we have a policy here, but you're saying, where did the practice come from?
We have a policy, but the practice in the high school is to require the recommendations and the prerequisites for the courses. And so I'm merely suggesting that we are not compliant with your policy
How do we
in the high school.
determine aptitude?
Excuse me?
So how do we determine aptitude, if not, in your view? How would we determine aptitude for enrollment into upper level courses if not using prerequisites?
Well, the prerequisites doesn't always determine aptitude. We have a few students this year that I've had to waive the prerequisite because they came from other districts and they had taken courses that would allow them to go into an upper level course, for example, an AP course or an honors course. But for example, they may not have taken the math course in their other school or here, but they had the ability to be successful in the course, and they're very successful.
How do we determine that, though? How do we determine aptitude?
How do we determine aptitude? Well, we determine aptitude based on different criteria. I'm suggesting, and I think I have the faculty to back me up, that requiring students to use a prerequisite doesn't exactly determine whether or not they can be successful in the course.
So how are we determining aptitude?
That's something that we would have to go into.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How I read this policy, it says all students will have equal and barrier-free access to all school and classroom facilities.
Correct.
Courses.
The school and district administration will ensure that all students will have equal and barrier-free access to all school and classroom facilities, that minority and female students are not underrepresented in gifted and talented or accelerated advanced courses, and that minority and male students are not overrepresented in detention, suspensions, expulsions, dropouts, or special needs classifications. We do not have a sufficient number of minority students enrolled in our honors and advanced placement courses at Highland Park High School. And a lot of the students are not enrolled in those courses because A, they do not receive teacher recommendation, and or B, they do not meet the prerequisite.
But isn't there a practice in this district that we routinely waive those?
Routinely waive what?
Prerequisites and teacher recommendations. Like if my mother called up, I was able to take courses.
I guess she did.
Recommendations, yes.
That's just a hypothetical.
If your mother calls up, we could waive a recommendation. But previously, we did not waive prerequisites. I did that this year. This is my 10th year in the district, and I allowed that this year because we had students who proved that they could move forward.
How did they prove it?
Because they had records coming from another school saying that they had taken courses maybe similar, but they didn't have the exact course, and also they had experiences in other areas. We also have a student in district, of course I'll never mention a name, who, when the student comes to me, is going to surpass what we can offer. And if we require this student in particular to stick with prerequisites, we're not going to meet his academic needs.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was looking at the right policy, and now I'm still looking at the right policy. My concern, I guess my question is, this is a mandatory policy, right? Mm-hmm. The policy is probably from Strauss Esme written exactly this way.
Correct.
My question, I guess, is it aspirational to read that sentence to say that all students can have equal and barrier-free access to all classes? Or is it that this is actually about school and classroom facilities, and then there's a statement about the representation or a more proportional representation in accelerated and advanced courses? Because what you're suggesting, if I understand it correctly, is you want to completely eliminate the teacher recommendation process at all, totally get rid of any criteria moving one student to another course, open all courses up with no prerequisites. I mean, is that's how I'm understanding what you're saying, so I just want to get clarification that that's your recommendation.
I'm recommending that we eliminate teacher recommendations. One, as Adam pointed out, kind of useless, because parents and or students can waive themselves into a course, irrespective of the teacher recommendation. I'm also recommending that we remove prerequisites. Now, I sent an email to the high school faculty, and a few responses came in. A few people are in favor of the recommendations portion, but they feel that when removed the recommendation, not the recommendation, the prerequisite portion, that we should have something else in place so that we support the students, which falls in line with some things that I would like to do in the high school. We need to offer support for students. We need to create incentives for students to enroll in honors and advanced placement courses, and we're providing disincentives because we have all of these prerequisites. If a student comes into the high school from the 8th grade in the college prep track, it is almost impossible for him or her to advance to the honors track with the prerequisites that we have.
Could not agree more.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, wait, I'm sorry, Greg, could I just, I'm sorry to interrupt. So we're not talking about going from Algebra 1 to AP Calculus, because that would be a possibility within the framework that you're suggesting, right? What we're talking about is within the levels, not, going from a college prep Algebra 2 course, let's say, to an honors pre-calc course. Is that really more what you're saying? Because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but how I take this is I'm going to look at the extreme of this. And so with no prerequisites, what we're talking about is if an 8th grader wants to take, pre-calc honors, we'll say sure, and put that kid in whether he or she is prepared or whether we've done any testing. We're going to willingly put that student in an atmosphere where he may or may not, or she may or may not be successful.
No, I'm not suggesting that we not test the student, and I'm not suggesting that we don't create pathways for success. But what I'm saying is that if, for example, you have a student who would like to try AP English, and if the prerequisite is that they had to have English 2 honors, but they took English 2 CP, they can't take AP English.
But we've never abided by that rule in this district, ever. Or maybe in the last few years. That was
We've
not...
never abided by the recommendation. I wouldn't say never, but the prerequisites, we held pretty strongly to the prerequisites. We held pretty strongly to that.
Prerequisites in the sense that Dan is talking about them, that they took a History 1 class, and when they were going to take History 2, they could either take CP, honors, or AP. At least that's my experience. You're telling me that that's not necessarily how it's been done.
I'm telling you, we've held quite firmly to the prerequisite portion.
And you're saying a prerequisite for World History 2, what honors, was World History 1 honors, not World History 1 college prep, is what you're saying.
If we use your example, because I don't remember the course catalog guide, but if we use it, per se, if they wanted to go into World History 2 honors, if that was a course, and in order to enter that course, you had to complete World History 1 honors, but they took World History 1 CP. According to the guidelines that we follow in the high school, they're ineligible.
Okay.
So
because they didn't meet that prerequisite.
Can I make a suggestion then? Instead of the recommendation being that we eliminate all prerequisites and that we actually work to improve or increase the pathways that students can use in order to, promote mobility within these particular courses.
Well, I think I'm going to let you answer that, but I want you to talk about what we did for the 2 year, what the board and you did for 2 years previous to this recommendation, and that it was a board policy. It was a board goal with Frederick's help to recruit more minority and non-traditional AP and honors students, and we met with mixed results, and that's not from a lack of trying.
It's not from a lack of trying. We met with mixed results because I think in part of the prerequisite, I think there was fear moving into the upper level course because they felt that they weren't prepared in the college prep course. They didn't receive the recommendations and et cetera. We did meet minimal success, but I think that we need to do several changes, curriculum, pedagogy, and et cetera, in the high school, and one of those is to work with the prerequisite requirement. I understand exactly what you're saying. I think that some things may need to be investigated in a different area, but we do have a significant number of minority students enrolled in the college prep courses. Very few of those students are enrolled in the honors and advanced placement courses, and most of the reason is because they do not receive the teacher recommendation and or they do not meet the prerequisite.
And this has been a concern of this board, and I know it's been a concern of you for years, and we have not figured out a system that worked. And so that's why I understand the root of the changes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great goal, and I think that we, in whatever way we can work to, try to promote that. I think it's, it's definitely the right way to go. Absolutely.
My question is this the right way to accomplish that goal?
I'm listening.
I think from a board, I think from a board perspective, we actually have to we have to really understand what this mandated policy means. Because if it's mandated, I'm not sure what it means in terms of us changing the language.
Oh, not asking to change the policy.
But I think the point is not that there's a policy change that's required. It's the fact that the practices within the building do not align with policy.
And also the practices should be improved as well. We want more minority students in the
upper level
courses, and we've made it such, as I said, a board goal, and I think it's great that we're readdressing it.
I just want to make sure I understand.
Yes, sir.
You're not, when we use the word prerequisite, I'm getting a little bit gummed up on the word prerequisite, so I just want to make sure I understand what you mean. Within the context of going from, you need to know Algebra 1 in order to go to Algebra 2, for example, that's an easy one. That type of a prerequisite, you're not talking about that kind of prerequisite. You're talking about the requirement that you need to be, and I might be using the wrong language here, but you need to be in the college prep track to take a college prep class, and you can't, according to practice in the school right now, you're saying it's not so easy, in fact, sometimes it's impossible to jump from college prep to AP.
I'm really both, because I'm saying that we need to have other systems in place, as Mr. Ross has said, to, and also Ms. Sherber was stating, to determine whether the student had the aptitude. So there could be different diagnostic tests that we can give the student, but I'm saying that I know of particular cases, real cases, that are either in or coming to the high school, that if we require them to maintain the prerequisites that we have coming from middle school or from another district, and they have not met the prerequisite, quote unquote, as written in our handbook and our policy, we really shouldn't move them forward. So if we have systems in place, as Mr. Ross has suggested, that I totally agree with, that if you're coming into the high school and you want to skip Algebra 1 and go directly to Algebra 2 honors, that you have to meet the criteria some way by maybe passing some sort of a diagnostic test. Though I don't think that it is appropriate for us to continue in the high school to say you cannot go into Algebra 2 honors because you didn't take Algebra 1, either here or in another district. Because I know of a case that I've allowed a student to go into an upper level science course, and this student is excelling, but according to our paperwork, this student did not have the prerequisites. And as the principal of the high school, if I had not allowed this student to take the upper level science course simply because of a prerequisite, it would have been a great disservice to the student.
And how did you come about letting that, was it the parent came forward and said they wanted to take it, or you?
The parent spoke with me. We talked about it. I reviewed the records with guidance. After speaking with the parent, we discussed, the guidance department and I discussed things with the counselor from the other school. I decided to allow the student to take the course. One of the reasons I allowed the student to take the course is because the student was very excited about going into the upper level course, and the records showed me that the student could probably achieve. But we did talk about if in the first marking period the student began to flounder, we agreed that we would move the student to another level. Very successful there. And I think that allowing this particular student to try meant a great more to this particular student than having to meet a prerequisite. And I think that I don't think we do this intentionally, but I think in education nationwide, we kind of dim the light, so to speak, of many students because we don't allow them to try.
I think we should refer this to the curriculum committee and discuss it when it comes back after review.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds good.
You want to continue, or you want to refer everything
to? Move to the next one. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I have one last question.
Ms. Berkowitz.
When you have to sign, because I've signed those waivers, I think what you said about the first marking period is part of what you're signing, what you're agreeing to as the parent whose child wasn't recommended.
I think, and I can ask guidance to correct me if I'm wrong and get you a different answer. I think the waiver basically means that you are agreeing that the student was not recommended for the course and that you're taking full responsibility, not that you can move back after the first marking period. This was an agreement that I entered with the parent of this child, the parent, me and the child, that if the student began to flounder the first marking period this year, that we all agreed that the student would go to a different level in the science class. The student is doing a wonderful job. And I have been thinking about this for a while, but that is a real life example right now that lets me know that we need to reevaluate the entire prerequisite system in high school.
Are you thinking that kids are discouraged from taking upper level classes because they don't
Yes.
get a recommendation?
And that they may or may not receive a teacher recommendation.
Or they might not know as well. There might not be the knowledge that they could.
They may feel they don't have the knowledge.
No, they might not have the knowledge that they can circumvent the.
Correct. Correct. You're absolutely, Mr. Sherman, you're correct.
I would assume that they have.
They may not know that they can circumvent the system by having mom and daddy call me
The Adam Sherman method.
or the counselor and bump them up.
They don't all know that, so they
Yeah.
don't. Could you get the curriculum committee a copy of that waiver?
Sure. I'll ask guidance to do that.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. Continue or?
Yes, please.
Policy 5755, I think I said that. Policy 5750, the Board of Education directs that all pupils enrolled in the schools of this district shall be afforded equal educational opportunities in strict accordance with the law. No pupil shall be denied access to or benefit from any educational program or activity or from co-curricular or athletic activity on the basis of the pupil's race, color, creed, religion, national origin, ancestry, age, marital status, affectational or sexual orientation or sex, social or economic status, or disability. The board shall assure that all pupils are free from harassment, sexual or otherwise. And then it goes on to talk about courses of study, that we're going to make sure that the board would ensure that we're not engaging in de facto segregation. Okay. And this is another policy 5750. It basically restates what I said, and it talks about prerequisites for enrollment can be viewed as discriminatory as it does not provide equal access for all students to challenge themselves academically. Policy 2330, which is pupil grouping. This particular policy was adopted in January 2004 and again in January 9th of 2012. And it asserts that heterogeneous grouping of students will be priority in all instructional areas. Dependence on one criterion for placement is to be avoided. Groupings within a class and placement in groups and classes will be monitored to prevent de facto segregation by race, gender, and ethnic origin. This goes with the teacher recommendations, and I regret to inform you that a lot of our classes may fall into the de facto segregation category.
It's nothing we don't know.
Policy and Regulation 2624. This one is the grading policy. Currently, students in honors and advanced placement courses receive 5 points added to their final grade and an additional 0.5 quality points for honor students added to their GPA and 0.75 quality points for AP students added to their GPA. The additional points added to the final grade inflates the student's grade. We are reporting inaccurate grading data when we refer to our grading distribution in reference to honors and AP courses. Students in honors and advanced placement courses receive what we in the high school for the last 10 years has referred to as the double dip. Basically, the honors and advanced placement students receive a double dip. Students in college placement courses see no dip. They receive no incentive. So the recommendation here, and I have full support of the high school faculty, is that we eliminate the double dip granted to students in honors and advanced placement courses by providing one incentive rather than two. We're asking the board to please review this policy and remove the 5 points added to the final grade and only allow the 0.5 or the 0.75 quality points added to the GPA.
Do you have any idea what the impetus was for that practice? I always found that to be the strangest practice.
I think Mr. Sherman can tell you better than me, but I entered the district in 2004 when it became a reality, but Mr. Sherman was on the board.
It was actually very controversial.
Yes, it was the longest meeting,
The problem is that other schools do it, and so the idea was that if we didn't do it, that our school, that our children would be at a disadvantage when they're applying for colleges, that their GPAs would actually seem, underwhelming compared to other schools.
And we also don't report class rank as well, which...
For that very reason.
I've spoken to
This was very controversial.
2 people that I know in the state, principals, and when I mention our double dip, they laugh. They had no idea.
I think it would be good to
this-
resurvey to see if this is still the practice.
This was the longest meeting besides the last 3 that I've ever attended in Highland.
Besides the open lunch, open campus?
This one was hard.
No, this was longer.
This was longer, yeah.
This was longer.
This was a policy that Dave Mashinsky, Wendy Safe, and myself and the previous administration really worked on vigorously with surveys and everything. It was pretty much, there's nothing I can really add from what Andrea said. It was
before you.
No, it was before me, and then it was before me, and then we revised it in 2008.
It was implemented in 2004, I believe. You revised it in 2008.
I did the 2008 part.
But it was before 2004 because I heard of what happened before I arrived in August of 2004. But I will tell you that our students are very smart and they understand, and this is one of the teachers complain all the time, that all I need to make is an 85.
Yep.
Because my teachers have to add 5 points to my grade, so now my 85, which is a B plus range, now becomes an A minus.
Right. I
don't have to earn an A. I strive for a B because they're going to give me 5 points and inflate my grade, And on top of that, I get 0.5 or 0.75 added to my GPA. So why do I need to take the final exam?
I didn't take finals.
They skipped the final exam. Some of them also skipped the midterm because they don't need it.
Yes.
That's crazy.
So it's a disincentive. Now, there's another procedure in the high school in Regulation 2624, and I gave you the regulation because it kind of details how we're supposed to enforce the policy. In this particular regulation, it is how we in the high school, well, in the regulation it talks about how each school would calculate grades. In the high school, it's a little different. And for those of you who are familiar with the grading scale, normally a 4, an A is a 4, a B is a 3, a C is a 2, a D is a 1, 0 is an F. With this particular formula that the high school has affectionately referred to as magic math, a D becomes a 0.7. It's not a 1, it's a D minus. So a student can fail multiple marking periods and or a summative assessment, which is a midterm or a final, and when we have to physically recalculate their grade, they can pass with a 0.7, which is not even a D on a regular scale, because a D, according to the regulation, a D minus is a 0.7. And so the teachers and I 100% agree that this does not represent the grades in the high school, and that we are requesting that the board really reconsider and revise the policy so that we are giving grades that are real. And just to show you what it looks like, this is the grading scale that we have to follow in the magic math component in the high school. The D minus is a 0.7, which on a normal scale, a 4.0 scale, is a 1, is a D. So. Policy 2440A, academic recovery.
Wait, Mr. Williams?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you go back 1 second?
Go back.
So all the minuses are 0.7s. You're saying they should all be what?
I'm saying that a D is a 1. Anything below a 1 on a normal scale is failing. Our students are allowed to make a 0.7 for the year and pass. Because our teachers have been told, and this is what I walked into in 2004, that if a student fails any marking period, they have to physically recalculate the grade. Power grade calculates our grades, we put the percentages in, etc. But if a student makes an F in any marking period, they have to physically recalculate all of the grades for that student and incorporate magic math, as we call it. And the student will most likely come up with a 0.7.
So what's failing? What's an F?
I'm sorry.
What is an F? 0.
F is 0. It's over here on the right-hand side. Anything below a point. So if a student has a 0.6, it's an F, but a 0.7 is a D minus. It's not really realistic in a high school.
So you don't want any minuses, or you just don't want a D minus?
No, we can have minuses. 0.7 is below a 1.
It should be a 1, is what he's saying.
D minus should be a, 1.0 should be a D minus, not 0.7. 0.7 is below a 1.
The passing grade becomes 0.7 instead of 1.
Correct.
And so what would the D be? If D minus is a 1, what would a D be?
It would have to be reconfigured. I didn't do that. I'm sorry.
It also could, I guess it can't be a 1. But
Which of these make sense?
yeah. All right.
Okay. Academic recovery, the Board of Education, with this in mind, the board permits students who have not received a passing grade in a class to attend an approved summer school program. I'll just give you a brief history on the policy 2440A, academic recovery, and policy 2440. They kind of contradict each other a little, and I'm sure that wasn't purposely done, because in one of the policies, in academic recovery, 244A, it allows the student to complete online courses for credits or placement in addition to remediating courses previously failed. Currently, policy 2440A does not provide opportunities for students to complete online courses other than those for remediation purposes that can be counted towards graduation purposes. Policy 244A also provides that a maximum of 3 online courses per student during their high school career, and those courses are to only be used to remediate courses previously failed. Policy 2440 contradicts policy 2440A because 2440A provides opportunities for students to complete during summer school. That's 2440. Advanced courses for pupils who wish to take a course or subject not previously taken and for which credits or placements may be awarded. To sum up, Policy 2440A deals with online courses. It says that a student can only complete 3 of those and it has to be for remediation only. Policy 2440 says, but you can go to summer school and take a course in summer school, and it can be a course that you did not previously take and fail and remediate, and it can count towards credit for graduation. I'm simply asking the board to consider aligning those policies that will allow students to complete advanced courses or subjects not previously taken and for which credits or placement can be awarded either online and or in summer school. Again, we have students that I know of who will benefit from this. Yep. And I say that because they're going to complete everything that we need within 4 years. Policy 2440A also addresses credit recovery in high school. And it states that, I'll just paraphrase for the sake of time, that students, beginning in January, students who are in trouble with attendance and they've lost credit because they have missed too many days in school, we will offer credit recovery beginning in January so that they can recover. Love the policy. I'm only asking the board to revise the policy so that it is less restrictive and that the language allows for more options during credit recovery, more than attendance. If we have students, for example, who failed a semester course that they need for graduation or that they need to matriculate to the next grade, I would like for them to be able to remediate that in credit recovery as well. Thank you.
Can I ask, can you send your slides as well to me?
Sure. Yeah. Send them. Should I send them to Linda and she send them to you?
Yeah, to the full board.
Sure. Okay.
Frederick, that was great, and I really appreciate you bringing all that to our attention.
You're welcome.
The system move.
So
if I may, I'll say this, and if Mr. Capone is okay with it, I completed my dissertation in the district, and it is ability grouping and its possible contribution to the achievement gap. All of the data in my dissertation is from the high school, and you have the attendance data, you have the minority enrollment data, everything is in my dissertation. That's where I earned my doctorate from the College of St. Elizabeth. If it is appropriate, I can share that with you as well because it is about your high school.
I think you should be an inclusive part of this conversation.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that would be great to see.
Thank you.
I think this is nothing new. I think at least a lot of us knew a lot of this stuff was going on, and I think it's great that we're addressing it.
It would be good to see the data you've gathered.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a PDF version of the dissertation.
Thank you. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So all of this is going to get funneled to curriculum for a little bit? Yep. Is that right?
Okay. An update on the Irving principal. The position actually closes on February 2nd. We extended it for an additional week. After closing, the applications will be screened and they'll be sent to the building committee, which will be made up of parents, teachers, and administrators. From that group, there will be sent typically 2 to 3 of the best candidates to the district office for review and for a second round of interviews. And at that point, the superintendent makes a recommendation to the Board of Education. We're hoping to have the recommendation to the board for the February 24th meeting.
Great, thank you.
That concludes my report.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. The Highland Park Board of Education welcomes public participation and has reserved this time for your comments. If you do speak, I'd like to just ask that you keep your comments to about 3 minutes or so that everyone will have a chance to speak. Can I also ask, can everybody hear? We have a speaker over here that's facing to the left, but there's nobody to the left. But yeah, everybody's okay? Okay. So if you'd like to make public comment, please feel free to do so at this time. Just make sure that you do sign in, sign your name, and your address. And when you do speak, please state your name and your address as well.
I am Frances McDonald, resident of Highland Park, New Jersey, 508 South 2nd Avenue. However, tonight I'm representing the New Brunswick area branch of the NAACP. Although I'm a resident here, I wear many hats. I'm a teacher. I'm a grandparent of a young lady that will be attending Urban next year. But I'm here to represent the NAACP. I'm a member of that branch. It services Highland Park as well as 13 other municipalities. This is our president, Bruce Morgan. I'm here on behalf of Kim Scott, who is an education chairperson. She could not attend, so I'm here to read a letter to the board. January 27, 2014, Highland Park Board of Education, 435 Mansfield Street, Highland Park, New Jersey, 08904. Dear members of the Highland Park Board of Education, the New Brunswick Area Branch NAACP is asking you to take a close look at the process taken by you in the selection of district leadership. Highland Park is a diverse community that is strongly committed to the highest level of education opportunities for all of this district's children. Highland Park is a district that serves children with the second highest poverty rate in Middlesex County at nearly 40% free and reduced lunch. It is second to New Brunswick and has continued to provide these families with a system of education to believe in. The district's success and commitment to its children is a testament to public education as the great equalizer. The district's historical success and commitment to its children is driven by the direction, commitment, and tireless efforts of administration, teachers, staff, and community involvement. Highland Park's demographics could suggest that it would fall into a high-risk category, but the district, with the collaboration of administration, teachers, staff, and community, look to consistently defeat the odds of statistics and provide an excellent learning environment for our children. Historically, this collaboration has been one of the strengths of the Highland Park School District. We are deeply concerned about staff firings and transfers, central office hires, schedule, curriculum, and program changes, including for the most at-risk children in the district, and the culture of intimidation and fear expressed to us by some teachers, staff, and community members, which has overtaken Highland Park schools. It is clear that confidence and trust in district leadership has evaporated among teaching and support staff, local families, and even some students. At this juncture, it appears a chasm of trust has been created due to decisions made without the benefit of collaboration between administration, teachers, staff, and community. It has come to our attention many of these actions by the Highland Park Board of Education have been done as part of addenda and not part of the public agenda. The NAACP literature on education sites. Research has repeatedly shown that individual teachers seem to have a more profound effect on student learning than any other school factor, meaning that the teacher to which a student is assigned is more important than the school a student attends in terms of test score gains. In the case of Highland Park, the additional components of staff and community involvement and participation exponentially increase student success. We also know well that it can be hard to meet the needs of a very diverse student and family population. There are children in our schools whose socioeconomic or special education or English language learner status means their needs are greater than those of other district children. We need to do the very best we can for them, as we also battle in Trenton for adequate resources and everywhere for measures that fight poverty and other social ills. It is often difficult to measure the impact of family and community involvement on the success of students and the school district as a whole, but we know these elements contributed greatly to the success and achievement of Highland Park's children. The New Brunswick area branch of the NAACP recommends you convene a meeting of these parties to discuss the decisions made concerning the Highland Park Board of Education's actions that include, but are not limited to, the reduction of force, decision to add highly paid central office personnel, a continued inability to demonstrate process and protocol in administrative decision-making, reshuffling of personnel into the same positions that were eliminated, reshuffling of guidance counselors out of the high school during the college application process, a work culture driven by a board and administration that lacks vision, is shrouded in secrecy, is led by uncertainty and hasty actions and practices of intimidation by administrators. No outreach or collaboration with Highland Park Education Association on major decisions. A work culture driven by the board and administration that lacks transparency and accountability for any actions. You have some important decisions to make in the near future, such as replacing a school principal, choosing a new law firm to represent the board, etc. Excuse me. You should take your time and solicit legitimate community input in all these areas. We urge you now to really listen to your in-school and out-of-school community and take appropriate action. This may mean affirming or reversing actions taken so that the school district and Highland Park can return to the work it does best, protecting the schools, the most important institution in the town, and providing children with a supportive environment that educates well, nurtures all children, and builds trust among all stakeholders. Take action that can help to heal. We thank you for your time and attention to concerns of the community, and feel free to call upon the New Brunswick area branch of the NAACP for any help that you may need. Respectfully submitted by Bruce Morgan, the President, NAACP, New Brunswick branch, and Kim Scott, who is the Education Chairperson, of which I read this on her behalf tonight. Thank you very much, and I look forward to working with you because my granddaughter will be attending Irving next year. And I've had two of my daughters that came through Highland Park High School. I am a teacher, but not here, so I'm in Plainfield. So I look forward to working with the board and the superintendent. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Good evening. I'm Ellen Leibowitz, 250 Grant Ave, Highland Park. First, as always, thanks to the members of the Board of Education for your service to the school community. Whether we agree or disagree with the decisions that you make or the methods by which you make them, you still contribute a great deal of time and energy to the school community and is greatly appreciated. Knowing many of you as well as I do, I'm sure that you will continue to put the necessary time and care into your decisions. even if that means rethinking some of them, changing some of them as appropriate. I wanted to take a moment to announce an upcoming event. A save the date went out to members of the high school and middle school community about a forum coming up. I'll just briefly read the save the date. Achievement gaps, focus schools, common core standards, PARCC tests, budget crunches, technology requirements, teacher assessments. What does it all mean? Come to an informal panel discussion followed by questions and answers to find out. It's taking place on Wednesday, February 5th at 7 p.m. in the high school cafeteria. The whole school community is invited. We encourage you to come out to what should be a very informative evening. I'd like to also take the opportunity to invite the board to attend, administration, principals, everyone in the community. I think it's going to be a great opportunity to learn more about these very important issues. I've attended many board meetings since our family has been part of the school district, which has been for the past 17 years. And I've attended quite a few board meetings in the past several weeks, where many people have commented during public comment about the board's silence when asked questions during public comment. It seems to me that answering questions can only help the situation we're in. This does not necessarily need to turn into a long back and forth, as it has been described, but I think the board's acknowledgement of speakers' questions and a brief response from the board would be very much appreciated and would help to ease some of the bad feelings that are in the air. I'd like to encourage those who come up tonight to the podium during public comment, and if you ask a question, to stay at the podium until your question is acknowledged and answered. Even if the answer is brief or just a "we'll get back to you." Wait. I feel sure that this kind of responsiveness will go a long way towards healing some of the divisions that have come about over the past months. So I have a question. I think we all want all of the stakeholders in our community to be able to say with great enthusiasm that our school district is fantastic and a wonderful place for families to send their kids and for their employees to work. I've talked about staff morale at many board meetings, and in particular mentioned that the issue, and particularly, I have a cold, I'm a little dizzy, I'm sorry. And in particular mentioned that issue at the what we are looking for in a new superintendent meeting last June. I thought, and still do, that the ability to address the low staff morale in the district was a very important skill that our new superintendent should have. So my question is, to Mr. Capone and to the board, is what is your specific plan to address the issue of low staff morale, which perhaps, at least among many of the staff members who have addressed the board lately, seems to be at an all-time low?
I will happily respond to that question. So a lot of work has been done on the curriculum front so far. The preponderance of the work so far is really trying to really rebuild the avenues of communication between the administration and the staff. and also the board through the administration to the staff. So the first effort is the curriculum decisions that have been made, and those will be reported out in the curriculum committee report. But there are regular meetings that are being held with the administration and the teachers union. There are ongoing conversations about how the staff is feeling about particular things. Any sort of conversations that are happening among the staff members, we're trying to figure out the way to get the protocol sort of set back so that those can go through the teacher union leadership and be funneled back to the administration so that, action can be, addressed. So those lines are certainly being opened, and we heard from some of the teachers today in the curriculum committee meeting, and we believe that things are moving in the right direction. Thank you.
I'm really glad to hear that. Anyone else? Answer? Administrator? Anybody? Thank you so much for the answer to the question. I really appreciate that. And thanks again, everybody, for the time you give to the community.
Yeah, sign. There should be a sign in there and a pen there as well.
But there's no sheet. There were 4 papers.
Maybe Ellen, did you grab the? Did Ellen leave? No. Oh, you have your pen. No, did you grab the paper? Did you grab the sign-in papers with your notes?
I left 4 sheets.
It's all right. You are hereby pardoned. Thank you. Sure.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Heimowitz. I live at 216 Graham Street. Okay, sure. I want to comment on a few different issues. The first is the continuing issue of the RIFs. It's now January, and the RIFs happened in November. And since then, the public, parents, community members have been asking for an explanation of why that happened, how it happened, and we've been told time and again that the RIFs were necessary out of a budgetary need. But it's now just about the end of January, and we haven't been shown any detailed evidence or convincing evidence of the budgetary need. I ask again for the board to walk us through the process of the RIFs, what led to them, where in the budget the deficits were, and why this wasn't anticipated earlier. I ask you to give us a detailed, convincing explanation so that we can believe that it was done out of a budgetary necessity and not something else. So, I ask again for an explanation, for our questions to be answered about why and how this all happened. I'm not going to stand here all night awaiting an answer because we've been waiting since November, but I will wait for any responses that can address this point and tell us why and how these RIFs happened, because to us, to the public, it seems like they weren't justified and that there was some other motivation than budgetary necessity. And what we see from this side of things is that we've lost staff members who've been loyal to the students, to the parents, and to the community, and who were really good workers. And if we don't have an explanation, I'm not going to stand up here all night, but if we don't, then I urge you to immediately reinstate those who were RIFed. I also want to quickly address the issue of the retention of a new law firm. I know that's been tabled for now, but what I want to say just very quickly is that, hopefully it's been tabled in part because it was recognized that that firm that was, the proposed firm was implicated in at least 2 schemes to overcharge public school districts in representation. And I hope that you'll reconsider retaining that particular firm. But also in our community, as you know, many of us are attorneys, and some are very well connected. I am an attorney. I am not very well connected. I don't work with a private bar, but many people do. And so if it would be helpful, and I think that it would, I would urge you to use some of the resources we have in our community and reach out to people who might have connections, who might be able to recommend a good firm or a good attorney who's ethical, who won't overcharge us, and who can do a good job in representing the district where needed. And finally, I want to comment on the issue of technology. We've seen tonight the proposal for $1 million expenditure on technology issues, and it seemed, I still don't understand the particulars, but it seemed like there was a significant request for money to fund technology upgrades or changes in Irving and Bartle. And I am a parent of a student at Irving, and I really strongly urge the board and the community to push back against all this technology in the lower grades, and by that I mean anything lower than middle school, because we've all seen kids are really addicted to technology, and I think it really draws from their ability to focus and pay attention. And from what I've seen, and I've seen just a couple glimpses of the smart boards and heard about some of the technology that's sometimes used. And in my daughter's kindergarten classroom, I don't think that they're using much, and it's great. She's had a great experience. She has a wonderful teacher, and they do great activities. I don't think that added computers for the usage of the students at that grade is really going to add to their education, and I think it's an easy place we can save money. I think that human interaction is good. Communicating among students and teachers is really good, and at that level, I don't think that it adds much to students' education. I think money is much better spent at those ages doing things that really draw on creativity, not just immediate feedback and pressing buttons. I haven't seen any technology at that level that is shows that the goals of education could be met any better than a traditional book or arts and crafts or just the basics that we all grow up with. I really don't think that it's necessary before middle school. If we're upgrading technology for teachers or for assistive technology, of course, that's necessary and important. But I would urge the board not to spend money on technology for student use at that age, because I don't think it lends anything. To the contrary, I think it really draws from our students' abilities to focus and pay attention. You can see that anytime you go out to a restaurant and kids are sitting there on their parents' smartphones or whatever. A lot of us adults are like that too, but there's no need to push that on kids. And also, I want, as a cautionary note, if we are going to make technological changes, and clearly there seem to be needs for upgrades in bandwidth at the middle school, high school level, I'm no expert on that, but let's be very careful not to let technology changes and certainly the increases in our budget for technology be driven by standardized testings. Yes, we have to do, or supposedly, allegedly, we have to take the PARCC test. But if the state wants us to take those tests and use technology, buy computers and spend our money on all this, let them pay for it. I think one thing we can do is come together as a board and a community, take a vote and pass a resolution with the support of the community, of course, because I think you'll have it, making a statement to the state saying, if you want us to do this and spend our money to take these tests, which I'm not convinced the importance of, then give us the money to fund it. Otherwise, we're not doing it. We have better things to spend our money on. So let's be cautious as we go forward and rethink the budget and meet with the technology committee for a new proposal. Don't let our changes and the money that we spend in this district be driven by standardized testing, because there's no proof that it actually helps our students and decreases the achievement gap that we're all concerned about. And as just a final note, I want to make clear that when I talk about technology and not wanting to overemphasize it at the primary and elementary school level, I'm not saying that because my kids get enough technology at home, because they don't. We don't use technology like that at home. Yeah, they watch TV, we sometimes show them videos on YouTube, but they're not on the internet, and they're surviving pretty well. I don't think it's necessary, and I'm not saying that just because they get use of the internet and technology at home. They don't. So I want to be clear that I'm not being contradictory, and I'm not trying to make this into an achievement and income issue. It's not. I don't think it's necessary for anyone, my kids or anyone else's. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could, I would like to just respond to the unfunded mandate piece that Sarah spoke to. Ridgewood School District, their Board of Education did just recently pass a resolution regarding the unfunded mandate nature of the park testing, and that's something that I would certainly like to get a hold of that resolution and for us to take a look at as a board and see if that's something that we'd be interested in taking a look at.
Was that sent to the board? Because I feel like I saw it today.
I don't know if the resolution has. I haven't seen the resolution personally, but I would certainly be interested in personally getting hold of that and taking a look at it.
I think that's a great idea.
They do great stuff.
Yeah.
I think the more districts across the state that sign on to something like that, it gives it increased weight. Sorry.
Thank you, Darcy.
All righty, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Bacone and Board of Ed members. First, I'd like to say hello to Mr. Williams and share what I agree with some concerns.
State your name and your address, please.
I'm sorry. My name is Pat Connolly, and I live at 324 Graham Street. I'm the parent of 2 children in the district. Okay. Mr. Williams and I share a concern about the achievement gap. I wrote a dissertation about race relations in schools a long time ago, and the achievement gap is very complex, and I think it deserves good attention from you guys. I would like to share some comments regarding student assistance services in the district. I have worked as a psychologist in schools since 1995, including 10 years in Highland Park's Community Teen Center, so I am familiar with the role these services play in schools. I am aware that student assistance services do not have to be provided by a certified student assistance coordinator, unfortunately, but I do believe that whoever provides those services is required by the state to have graduate level training in several things: the fundamentals of drug and alcohol abuse and related problems, key factors for students at risk for school failure, curriculum planning and program implementation in chemical health education, and coordinating intervention and referral services in school setting. I am asking the board to state publicly who is providing these services and what their qualifications are. I would also like the board to state what student assistance services are being provided. The state describes student assistance services as including substance abuse-related staff training, development of policies and procedures regarding substance abuse, development of drug prevention services, counseling and referring students with drug-related issues, working with community providers to ensure our students get the services they need. It is difficult to imagine that giving these duties to an existing staff member with many other duties will allow for any substantial training or programming to occur. An example of this type of programming is the Every 15 Minutes program. Our former SAC, Kathy Katowski, would create a simulated drunk driving accident outside the front of the high school for juniors and seniors. This program took a tremendous amount of work and created a strong impact on our upper class students just as prom and graduation were approaching. These programs are vitally important because substance abuse affects all communities. As an example, I would like to remind the board of a tragic drunk driving death in Highland Park. On December 22, 1993, 2 high school students were driving in town and both were intoxicated. The driver lost control of the car while making a turn, while the other teen was sticking his head out of the window. His head struck the mirror of a pickup truck and he died less than an hour later. The driver is reported to have died of suicide in 2002. This is a dramatic example of the impact of substance abuse. Other impacts include poor school performance, disruptive behavior, legal involvement, date and acquaintance rape, etc. I appreciate the tremendous pressure you are all facing. You are juggling budgetary constraints as well as state and national demands for greater testing. On the other hand, you are blessed with wonderful and diverse kids, invested, vocal, and knowledgeable parents, and amazing teachers. So I guess following what Ellen is starting trouble with, one of the duties of a SAC is to deal when students come to school either under the influence of drugs or alcohol. So if my student was a 9th grader and came into school tomorrow under the influence of drugs or alcohol, how would that be handled?
You know, I have many of these same questions that I hope get answered tonight or at a meeting in the future.
You go for it. Well, again, so what you're referencing is NJSA 18A 1440A, where it specifically states that this SAC is one way that can be addressed. The school nurse is also available as far as that it's to report the matter to the school nurse that a student is under the influence of a substance. And from a training perspective, that the counselors are trained and can provide the necessary counseling. So we are within the regulations as stated by the staff that we have employed within the district.
Can you answer what the qualifications of those staff are?
We can't talk about that.
No, I can't do that off the top of my head, and it's not appropriate because it's personnel.
Well, I do want to just put it out there.
Counselors, you're referring to guidance counselors, Tim? Or counselors?
Yes.
No, he's saying guidance counselors.
Guidance counselors.
So you're saying that children would be referred either to the school nurse in that building or to the guidance counselor?
What I'm saying is that the process is that any student under the suspected to be under the influence is referred to the school nurse. That's always been the practice. The counseling component then goes to the guidance counselors from that point.
Well, I can tell you what happened when I was there. A student who was found to be under the influence had to be assessed by the nurse. They were sent out for lab work to determine whether they were under the influence, and then there had to be a plan that was followed up on. So the SAC was the key person who kind of kept that part rolling and had the qualifications to speak with drug counselors and so on. So that's, I mean, that part I don't want to get lost. These are the things that could sort of slip away. The kid gets screened, they come back with a positive marijuana test, mom gets a call, it kind of drifts away. You know, this is the person who kind of really kept on these things. So I just really want the board to know what a SAC really involves when it's done well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
So will we have a specific response to address Pat's specific question, like how that follow through? So, okay, the immediate referral is to a nurse or perhaps the guidance counselor, but how does that follow through referral happen?
The process is the same, and it's conducted by the guidance counselor with the follow-up
But
services and
the question-
referred typically out.
The question that is not, at least that I don't know the answer to, is the counseling side of it and who is responsible for it after the determination by the nurse. And I would like to, I asked this question at the last board meeting as well. And I think that this is a very important thing, is when a child has a social or emotional problem or a drug problem, who is their main point of contact?
Are those services not available in the teen center?
So, again, you have guidance counselors, and then you also have students that could get them at the teen center, and you also have outside referrals.
Okay. That's what I'm asking.
And again, that process has not changed.
Okay.
Good evening, Ann Gowan. I live at 201 South 2nd Avenue. I have a child at Irving and a child at Bartle. First of all, I wanted to thank the board for the really incisive questioning about the technology plan. That was really good to see. It was good for us in the public to see you guys really wrestling with that. I know I had a lot of questions about it, and I heard them echoed by the board members, and I feel like that's going to go a long way to restore some public trust, to see you guys challenging it, and possibly adopting it eventually, but I just wanted to say that I appreciated that. Secondly, I had a question. I don't know if you can answer this tonight, but a lot of us are wondering what's going on with the Irving principalship now. We go in, and Mrs. Romano hasn't been there. I know I had a meeting scheduled with her in early January, and someone else replaced her at that meeting. I didn't think anything of it, but now it's been a couple weeks. I know I've seen, is it Ms. Hengemula? At the school, supervising Mr. Soto. Is there a plan in place until February 27th? Is she out? Is Mrs. Romano out, that is? Or do we know? Who do we call if we have a problem?
Well, again, anytime that an administrator is out of the building, we have administrative coverage within the building. So you would call the main office the same as you did, and it should be followed up on from then.
Do we know if Mrs. Romano is coming back? I don't want to ask a question about her personal situation, but is she scheduled to come back in theory if she is not ill?
We don't discuss that.
So we can't discuss that. We don't discuss that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
A lot of us are feeling a little uncomfortable having a different administrator every day, and I mean, I'm sure you understand. So any clarification we could have on that? It kind of seems like maybe she's just not coming back, and it's going to be an ad hoc, different administrators every day. So we'd like to hear more about that when appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kim Hammond. I live at 255 Harrison Avenue here in Highland Park. I spoke at the last two meetings, and at the first meeting I had said I wish we had met under different circumstances, and then I realized I never introduced myself in any way at all. So I just want to let you know that I've lived in Highland Park since about 1995. My husband and I have 3 kids here, and my oldest is in the high school. I have a son in the middle school, and my daughter is here at the Bartle School. She was just at Irving last year. And what that equates to is I've spent a lot of time sitting on the Irving gym floor, singing sing-alongs and putting my time in there. I also actually used to have an arts organization, nonprofit arts organization here in Highland Park, and we brought a lot of arts programming into the schools. And Mrs. Romano was a great partner to us in bringing a lot of this programming in. We brought different assemblies. We did an after-school literacy through the arts program. So I, too, actually happened to pop into the school today, just realizing she was leaving. I thought, let me go and sort of bid, a fond farewell and thank her for being the partner that she was in all the years that I had spent at the Irving School. And anyway, it was handled very well. I went in, I asked if I could talk to Ms. Romano. They said she wasn't there. I said, could I make an appointment for the future, some future date, and it was unclear whether she would be back, and I guess I was offered the same person who I don't know, this Candida. So for me, though, it brought to mind, I was the one at the last meeting who was asking what our process was going to be for replacing Mrs. Romano, and I was very concerned that it be one of community input where we have parents and teachers. And I know that you have said at that meeting that that would be indeed how it was handled, and then your letter you sent, and now you reported that again this evening. But I guess I'm waiting for someone to respond to why, what I've noticed, I'll use the last several hires at the school just as an example, that 2 of the last 3 hires were posted on September 25th with an October 1 deadline. So that's basically 4 business days later from the time of posting to the time that we wanted the applications in. And by the October 7th Board of Ed meeting, we had 2 names already on employment contracts, so that was another 4 days later. So basically within 8 days of a job posting, the job was filled. That's the type of efficiency I'm not actually looking for here with Mrs. Romano. That actually scares me a little bit, that 2 jobs for our central administration were filled that quickly. But what I am looking for is a type of urgency, I guess, to putting together this committee or naming people or inviting families that are going to be a part of that committee, so that at this February 24th, it sounds like you said, I think February 24th would be when people would start meeting with the proposed candidates? Was that what you said?
No. We have to have candidates.
Hopefully, we're bringing the recommendation at that point.
To the meeting by the 24th. So it just seems like if we're really truly invested in having community input, that there would be a committee named and that, you know, parents would be invited so that we actually knew that they were available to be a part of this process. And that the type of urgency that we move through some of these other hirings, we would actually be focusing on this. And I'll be perfectly frank, my concern is, and it sort of came to me today as I realized that Mrs. Romano is perhaps not in the building, and I feel sorry for her bad health, and I hope that she's actually okay. And I understand that there's administrative people on the ground there, but it sort of makes me concerned that we're going to turn this into some sort of crisis where Mrs. Romano isn't here and we need to sort of speed this process along, and all of a sudden we sort of throw away our process of the promised committee of doing sort of a fully fleshed hiring process, and all of a sudden a name gets put forth and there's an interim in the position, and all of a sudden all the process is gone. So I'm looking for, you know, an urgency from the board, a promise from the board, like who's taking this mantle up? Who cares who's going to be named to the committee? Like, is there any urgency about actually naming people? Who cares about this?
Well, so I mean, my initial sense of this is that the board is not interested in hiring quickly for the sake of hiring quickly. We do have urgency. There is a sense of urgency because, you know, at present, we have a job opening at the end of February for her position, and undoubtedly, we're very if we were to hire someone from outside the district, they would likely have to give a 60-day notice, and so we're talking about, you know, a particular
I don't
amount
want
of
an
time.
urgency for hiring either.
No, but I'm just letting you know, just in terms of the context for it. There is no particular sense of urgency. I think February 24th is an aspirational date, and the job posting was extended. We are looking to get...
Yeah, I noticed that. Was that extended just because of the amount of applicants that had come in?
Right, we're looking to get the best possible job pool, and so we determined we needed to extend the application timeline. If we still need to do that again, we can do that again, but I think that one of the problems is that we don't actually know when... We haven't necessarily figured out what our candidate pool looks like, and so that part of the process, you know, in terms of the dates and that kind of thing, hasn't yet been fully fleshed out. I think in terms of the committee, I think that's something that, you know, we will be figuring out pretty soon, but it will be, you know, PTO related. Teachers will be related, will be involved in the process through some sort of selection process, probably involving the teachers union and administrators as well. And so, you know, we will have we believe a large cross-section of folks that are involved in the process.
So if that candidate pool remains small, I imagine there'll be an interim put in that position, right? I mean, we won't, or do we just sort of keep covering, having other administrators
This is
a
question for the board that, you know, is an open-ended question at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, an interim is, you know, costs money. You know, there's a trade-off either way. We haven't certainly come to that decision as of yet, but we are discussing all of the options that could come out of this.
But again, nothing can be determined until you see that candidate pool. So I know we want to have a fully fleshed out thing right now we want to know everything, but we just can't because we don't know what our candidate pool is and we don't know what the availability of our candidate pool will be. So this will be an ongoing conversation.
And we can't have an interim until what was the original?
The end
February
day.
28th, I think.
February 28th.
So her end date is still the end of February?
Yes.
And then at that point, so after her end date, then does an interim would be called at that time?
But there's no answer to that. until-
Potentially.
If a hire hasn't been made?
Potentially.
Yeah.
The conversation will be had.
The conversation is, we're discussing all possibilities at this point right now.
Okay.
But I do want to assure you, though, I mean, just so that everybody is clear on this, and you know, Tim presented on this, this is not a process that anybody's trying to rush. There's no urgency in terms of finding someone to fit the position quickly. This is really a process that will be done slowly with a lot of input, and, you know, hopefully we'll find someone fantastic at the end of it.
And we're not deviating from past practice.
Right. Well, right, this has been the typical practice.
And we're not looking to change that.
I thank you for the
Thank you, Kim.
reassurance. I hope that it follows this way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Tina Weisshaus, 143 North Fifth Avenue. I just wanted to follow up on what Patrick Connolly was talking about in terms of losing a SAC to a district that was, in which she had enormous responsibility.
Excuse me, Tina, did you sign in?
I will. Before I leave, I'll sign in. She had enormous responsibility for preventative programs and counseling, and not just with drugs and alcohol, but in other vulnerable populations. I'm a mental health professional, and I've seen students from the high school in my private practice who have told me either they've had alcohol problems or they certainly have shared what a serious problem it is in Highland Park, as in every other district around the country. So to say that she'll go to this child identified under the influence will then go to the nurse and go to the guidance counselors, and that's the same as having a SAC, I think really is a misunderstanding completely of guidance counselors, that's not their job. They might step in for crisis stuff, but that's not their job. We had a full-time person. Before Kathy, Tonya Moore was in our district for how many years? We are a district that has had a SAC for 25 years. I don't know, maybe there was somebody before Tonya Moore. So, what Kathy did cannot be replaced by a school nurse. And it's my understanding that that there isn't anybody with the certifications and the licensing or, the actual course content that she had to get to be certified. So I didn't want to let that go because it's really such a critical issue. When some student is struggling with, let's just talk drugs and alcohol, it could mean all sorts of things that have to be addressed. It's just the symptom, and that is a child that is not going to do well, who is not going to come to school on time, who is not going to go to classes, who could be a disruption in the class, who will add, just difficulty to the daily load of a regular classroom teacher. So to eliminate that job, to eliminate any of the jobs that you did, that I'm opposed to that. And I think most people in this room, the first speaker came up and asked why it was done and what were the needs to make it done, and there was silence from the board. So I don't understand why you cannot respond to that. But specifically the SAC, this is potentially a life-threatening situation. Pat talked about, deaths in this district related to drugs and alcohol. So it's not something that's just a throwaway. Oh, we'll just send the person to the nurse and then we'll send them to the guidance counselor. Well, the guidance counselors aren't trained for that, and there is nobody else in the district that is. So I really urge you to rethink that. I wrote a letter to the board. I sent it through email. I didn't ever get a response. But I'm up here because I want to just point out that, and I was really glad to hear, Dan, I think you responded on this, that there's beginning to be more pushback on the implementation of the Common Core and the park testing. Over the weekend, the New York State Teachers Union, I think that's it, which represents 600,000 teachers in New York State, which is 15% of the teacher population in this country, took a position against the Common Core implementing it and passed resolution urging a 3-year waiver, or asking for a 3-year waiver before implementation, and certainly before using the park tests for teacher evaluations. We have examples in New Jersey. It was referred to, I think, Ridgewood, Montvale, Madison districts, they're pushing back in various ways, the boards and the administrations. So I'm up here to ask our board whether you, and I know, Dan, you said, you wanted to see the resolutions that were passed. Did I hear that right?
With regard to, the funding for the park testing.
Yeah. So I ask whether our board will look at those resolutions, take a stand saying we need more time. You know, it may be that the Common Core is the best way to go, but to implement it without proper time for the teachers to, develop the curriculum and to feel comfortable with it, and proper time to field test the park tests. I think that you should all be part of that growing movement around the country to say, okay, but let's go slow. We need more time. And, boards are doing it. So I ask our board to take a look at the resolutions and really take a stand. This is a community that we would like our board to push back in this way. So I'm asking the board, as per Ellen, I'm asking you, please respond to me. Will you do that?
Absolutely. I'll look at it. The way you're describing it sounds perfectly in line with my rationale, my opinion of the situation, and I would absolutely support something like that as long as I see the language.
Okay.
I think that, there's sort of two issues. One is the unfunded mandate from my perspective. That's a funding question. Yeah. The other is that the Common Core is actually the state standard of New Jersey, and as a board, we are required to implement the state standards as they're laid out by the Department of Education. Now, with all of that, what we're trying to do and what the administration is trying to do, at the board's direction, is that materials that are being chosen that are Common Core aligned are materials that the teachers think that they're great materials, whether or not they're Common Core. And that the materials, the professional development that's aligned with those things and the other practices that are being promulgated are good practices for being good practices, and that the Common Core is a function of that, but that the staff itself really has been able to, in the small amount of work that we've done so far, really had a voice in choosing those materials. So, we're in a very difficult position as a board, because as a board we are required to provide implementation of the Common Core as required, by the Department of Education. The park testing funding is a different question in my mind. And so I think that's, that we find ourselves at a crossroads. Philosophically, I might say as a math supervisor that I think the Common Core standards are great, or I might say the Common Core standards are terrible. And that's my personal view, but I think as a board president and, as someone speaking on behalf of the board, I think I have to have a different perspective, and I think we as a board really have, a duty and an obligation to implement the Common Core. The goal, of course, would be to do it in a way that is, really teacher-driven, teacher-led, and to make sure that the folks who are actually doing it in the classroom really have a lot of say in the process, that they feel free that the materials are actually beneficial to the students, and that the administration is providing them with really the kind of professional development and training and guidance and curriculum support and time that they need to really get a great program together.
Well, I think, nobody's saying you should not implement it. It's just what the timetable is, where's the funding, and that there are people standing up and saying, this is not a good way to do it. It's too rushed. Our teachers aren't comfortable with it yet. We need to have more time and also see how the park testing, which was tried in New York City last year, and it bombed in terms of just really bringing all the scores down. So,
and I think decoupling those, I know that they do get mushed together, and there are people that put them in the same, every same sentence. But park testing, for example, we have the HESPA exam that counts as the 11th grade graduation exam. That is not counting. The first 3 years of park testing is not counting as a graduation exam. The state hasn't said what will be counting in its stead, but what does count is the work that teachers do in their classrooms with regard to their SGOs, and also what does count is the student growth percentiles, which is part of the new teacher evaluation system. And so in order for us to really do justice for our teachers, we have to be able to provide them with all of the support in the world that they can possibly have, that, you know, with regard to the Common Core, in order to make sure that their evaluations come up the way that they should, that, you know, that our teachers are being rated as effective teachers, and those kinds of things. It's a, you know, we could say it's a broken system. You know, I think there would be people who would argue maybe both sides, but, you know, in terms of what our implementation is, you know, we're really thinking about it as a board, and I know the administration is thinking in the same way about the implementation process and really, you know, providing for the teachers.
Right, and but, okay, so,
I think
thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
Thank you.
No, I think that I think my point was that I'm just willing to join the choir on this one. We're still going to implement it, or we're still going to have to implement it, but I would like us to go kicking and screaming. Us to go kicking and screaming.
Right, and other people are doing that.
And but I also think
I think
we also have gone kicking and screaming,
Okay.
and you can see by how far behind we are right now, is that we have gone kicking and screaming.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
If you go up to the first 2 pages, 3 pages, it's fine.
Oh, because the internet's down. Yeah, mine. So I can't look. We can get up with it. We can put it
My name is Kimberly Bevilacqua Crane. I'm the president of the HPEA, Highland Park Educational Association. As part of our association's strategy to improve the voice of our members and communicate our needs to the board and community consistently and articulately, I plan on speaking at board meetings on a regular basis. First, I have many things to speak to this evening. Some are positive, some are not. We're moving forward. When we called on the community answered in spades when we were and are in crisis, and we are deeply grateful. And I want to first acknowledge that. We need to continue this dialogue, continue this, the community is the reason that we are beginning to build inroads to communication with the board. Our communication process in the past was deeply flawed. I think all of us can agree on that. And we are making some baby steps forward. And I would like to address some of those tonight so the community is aware of what is being addressed and can focus on some of the things that are not. And forgive me, I didn't realize I was speaking tonight, but I felt compelled, so I have to check my notes. We are continuing to address the rifts of our valued staff members on the NJEA level. The staff is still suffering over these actions. In fact, we recently had a special session of rep council of our building representatives because we had an issue with technology. We are gravely in need of technology at Bartle and Irving schools. It's hard to disagree with, from a teacher perspective and from an educator's perspective, with what the technology Mr. Brian Humphreys presented today. And you know, you're always going to get the truth from me, and some people may disagree, but as a teacher, as a person who's been in Bartle School for the past 13 years, we are in crisis with technology. We need to do something. It needs to be looked at. It needs to be investigated, but we need to do something quickly because we are not addressing the needs of our younger students as 21st century learners. We're beginning to heal in baby steps. Educators are absolutely not in support of test-driven technology purchases, but we are in support of getting our infrastructure back up to a 21st century place because we are not there. We are truly in crisis. If you walk through our media center, You can see empty tables where computers used to be. We used to have a thriving technology center there that no longer exists. And our special rep session dealt with the issues of receiving this technology because our staff members were feeling guilty. When we were asked to tell our administration what we needed, we told the truth, and technology was on the top of the list. And now they're feeling, well, we're going to get our computers, and 3 weeks ago, my colleague left because they were riffed. So we needed to address this, and I put it out to Rep Council and let them decide. Are we going to move forward in support of the technology that our administration has requested to start to put together a solution for some of these issues? Because that's what Chromebooks are. They're a beginning. They're not the fix-it for everything. Or are we going to take a stand and refuse this because we feel that these were traded jobs? Unanimously, they felt that our children have truly suffered enough through a deficit of technology, and unanimously they said, regardless of the circumstances that we were forced to accept, we cannot refuse technology for our children. So I need to put that out there to the community because I feel very comfortable speaking for particularly the teachers at Bartle and Irving that we absolutely need something to happen here to bring our learners up to speed. These kids, a lot of our kids, we have a growing population of students that the only place that they see a computer is in school. And things are so limited here, the technology is so limited that we are not appropriately providing them with that. Moving on, and I would like to suggest that it is imperative that you have staff input for your technology committee before you make any weighty decisions, as soon as possible, because we do need the technology quickly. If we can, I know people who will get on board this week, next week, if you want to form a committee and discuss where you're moving forward.
I have a good place for you to visit. I have a good, if you stay a little bit later, you'll hear a little about a place
I mentioned briefly our visit to West Windsor.
We visited West Windsor today to explore technology programs.
West Windsor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're looking to take the next step with teachers.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'd love to get some teachers down there.
Great.
We're going to talk about it in a new business.
And I'm really walking the line here. This is a razor-thin line because we are making some progress, but I want to stress the importance, the diligence of having the 4 factions that make a successful school district. The community is one, the teachers are one, the association, the administration, and the board. And this crisis with the rifts has moved us to a place where we did not have this communication before. We're building it. I'm still not in support of the rifts, but we're here, and we all need to stay diligent, regardless of what happens. Regardless if you hear from us, wow, things are great in 2 years, we still need you. We still need you. We still need the communication. Without it, we just sink back into the same place where we were. So that is one of my thrusts as president. I put out a president message, and that is, keeping the lines of communication open on all ends is imperative. That and getting a contract and 0 job loss. Those are my other points. 0 job loss. Yeah, you can clap for that. So, moving on to curriculum, I attended the curriculum meeting today. We are, again, the baby steps staff is beginning to come out and speak their mind about the materials that they're reviewing, that they've been included in the conversations. Overall, I have checked, I have double checked. We will see how it works out in the end, but overall, the teachers have remained positive about the conversations that they are having. So again, this is a baby step forward as far as our input and how we feel about the curriculum. And they did come and they spoke to the curriculum committee today. I was there for support because we are still living in this climate where, they feel the need to be supported, but overall, they feel that they've been included and given a lot of choice with what they're teaching. So this, again, is a positive step forward, and we hope to continue that in all aspects of of what we're doing. And the piece de resistance. The board has offered to sit down with the HPEA for contract negotiations and prior to mediation, and we have accepted. So. This is a critical step towards putting us on the path of moving past this climate and getting to a place where we can all provide our children with excellence and building staff morale to a point where we're not concerned about what's going on with the contract and we're moving forward with the other initiatives for our students. So we're going to sit down, I think, in the next few weeks. We're still solidifying dates.
We look forward to it.
Thank you. I'd like to close with, again, the fact that the dialogue must continue. The four pieces: community, association, board, and administration. If we continue in this manner, and I'd like to say that we would like to get to a point where we feel very comfortable. I mean, I can get up here and I can yell at you, the community can. I'd like the teachers to be able to get up here and yell at you, and not yell, I'm using that as a,
Constructive criticism.
Constructive criticism, there you go. So they can speak their minds, and we're no longer living in this climate where people aren't, where the community is unsure what we really need. They're unsure what the real issues are. You don't know or can't hear or whatever, and we're really working towards that. We really want to get to the point where the teachers feel that they have a voice, that they can ask for what they need for their children and not have retribution for that. So we are looking forward to continuing that conversation, and we are cautiously hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
My name is Melissa Newman. I'm at 215 Montgomery Street. Basically, I'm a software engineer, so I wanted to talk about the computer part. First, when you're talking about getting rid of the old computers, to please consider either selling them very cheaply or donating them to maybe families in the community that don't have computers, because an old computer for them would be better than no computer. The second one is that you were talking about the man was talking about the wikis, and not the wikis, the Wi-Fi and the network system. And I know that probably what a lot of he said was very technical, and you might not have understood everything. And you were saying that you should get the input of the teachers and everything like that, but then you were also saying that the teachers needed training in making a blog and a wiki. I think when you're talking about the infrastructure of the Wi-Fi, it's not really something that the teachers can really contribute in whether it's the best course of action or not the best course of action, because they might not have the skills or the ability to make that distinction. And that's all I wanted to say, is that for me personally, getting the Wi-Fi up and running at a level that's acceptable should definitely be put higher on the list.
Great. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Hi, Beth Stuckey, 19 Grant Avenue. So I have a bunch of things I would like to address. First of all, I would like to say that the one thing in particular that I feel very positive about was what I just heard from Ms. Bevilacqua about the curriculum issues, and that the teachers are feeling like they have a part in that, and I'm really happy to hear that, because that was one of my concerns last time. So that made me feel very good. I'd like to get back to Irving School. That's one of the things I'd like to talk about. And the fact that there wasn't an answer with one name about who anybody could call, other than that there's an administrator over there that people can call. In 1989, when my first child was starting kindergarten, the principal that had been there suddenly left for whatever reasons. And there was not a, right when school started. And I was a brand new parent of a first child starting kindergarten. I was actually happy to see the other principal go because I had met him and wasn't overly impressed, but that was neither here nor there. There was nobody there. And what happened was that a person was put there. Pete Bastardo was put there. Pete Bastardo, who had a name, who was in this district. I think he was assistant superintendent at the time. And he was running that building. So when I had a concern, immediately there was a concern when Daniel started kindergarten. When I called, I knew, and I was away for the summer, so it was the end of August, I knew who I could ask for. And I don't understand why not, we heard was an administrator is present. If I were a parent of a child at Irving now, I would be devastated to hear that I could speak to an administrator when I called and asked who's in charge today. That doesn't seem very consistent. I don't understand why one person can't be put in charge and we can't know who that is. It was done then, and it served the purpose until Andy Mignano was hired. Okay, so why not?
So, again, you're talking about a different situation where somebody left and they filled that position. At this point, Ms. Romano is the principal at Irving. And what I was referencing is just like any other building where an administrator is out, we cover the building. Candy is the person that she's stationed in that building. That's where her office is. She's been doing that. And we've also sent over both Mr. Soto and Ms. Callis at different times. And so what we're doing is we're providing assistance until a long-term solution is viable. I could tell you, you could, I could designate Mr. Soto and say, Mr. Soto's the name, and have him be the person that follows up. But as far, and depending on what the issue is, it really depends on what the need is and who you would need to speak to at that time. But again, there is always administrative coverage within a building.
I guess I'm thinking that with different people covering it, even though I understand the difference with Ms. Romano still being there, that it would be hard for people to keep following through if there's coverage different days. But at least you said the names. I mean, I just felt you didn't say any names before. I just heard administrators, and I think that was a gap. Moving on that, I would like to talk about and go back to revisit, and this is kind of a touchy thing because obviously there's a lot of need in this district and there's a lot of need everywhere and a lot of priorities. So one of the things I would like to ask, I would like to comment on is the SAC, go back to our SAC counselor. So you were asked, Mr. Capone, what the, who the people were that were capable of dealing with a student who might have a drug or alcohol or suicidal or whatever terrible thing they might be going through, and you said the routine is the same, it's the nurse or the guidance counselor, but you didn't know off the top of your head what their qualifications were, their certifications were, only that they were the designated people. And my feeling is that you should absolutely know what their qualifications and certifications are off the top of your head. And I'm wondering if the board asked you if you knew that before they agreed that she should be one of the people that was let go, or did they think, I'd like to ask the board this, did you know what the qualifications were and the certifications that were necessary? And did you feel so comfortable with the answer that they had them and that's all that mattered? Did the board know what was necessary and feel, and three of you, I think, have children at the high school, did you know that it was out there but that they had qualifications and it was enough? I mean, I'm thinking that for a SAC counselor, that as a district that started preschool before anybody else started it, in our district, as a school district that everybody looks to, we got rid of her awfully quickly, and it was like, I don't know off the top of my head. So does anybody know? I mean, did the board know? Did the board agree?
Let me clarify that for you. I know that the nurse is qualified. I know that the guidance counselor is qualified. As far as specific coursework that they've taken or the sort of, they are qualified to do that job.
To determine, but not to counsel, right? Not to follow through with what...
You have two different people. You have the guidance counselors and you have the nurses, and they play their role according to that regulation.
And for the board, obviously, I guess the answer was, but I'll ask again, that knowing what Kathy did, I mean, everybody felt comfortable that the guidance counselors who one of them got unceremoniously moved, who had the qualifications and got moved somewhere else, that those relationships were sufficient to cover all the other things, and everybody felt comfortable that she was the right person to let go. Everybody except for our new board member. Did you poll? Did you know? Did everybody say, this is sufficient? Did everybody talk about all the issues before they said to before they agreed? Yes? Well, sad. Well, so then I'll go on to our morals, and I understand that we need computers. We just heard a very moving discussion about the computers and how the teachers are moving forward and feel technology is important. What I don't understand is, I understand that, believe me, I understand that. What I don't understand is that the morality of our members and of our district of valuing that over what I just talked about, over Kathy Katofsky. I don't understand how it had to be an either or. I could think that there may have been many decisions that had to be made, but to think about getting computers for third graders, maybe we have a big budget we need to fill to get those computers. What I don't understand is how that came before. We hope that those kids that get on the computers make it all the way to the high school and don't need the services of a SAC, that we're very happy they'll be computer literate, and that by the time they get to the high school that will have served a purpose and that those other skills won't be needed. To me, as a parent, they don't weigh together. And the last thing I would like to talk about is the attorney for the school district of Highland Park. So what I would like to know is, are you still searching for an attorney at this time to replace before the end of the school year?
We are reviewing, yes.
You are? Okay. So why?
Because we, as a board, made the decision to do so.
In the middle of the year. So I feel like we went this way with 9 people in November. It was all of a sudden we needed to get rid of 9 people in order to take care of these other things. And I'm wondering, is there cause for this attorney that we presently have, is there cause to get rid of her in the middle of the year? Do you have a good reason, or you just as a board felt that in the middle of the year we also needed to make that change? At the same time, you're saying we're taking our time at Irving School with the principal, which I'm thrilled to hear, that we're taking our time with that. I'm wondering why in the middle of the year, unless the attorney has done something improper or there's another reason that's not a personnel issue, that we have to know why we need a new attorney.
So,
why do we need a new attorney?
I can't tell you about, why it is that we're reviewing for
So you're
attorneys.
telling me it's a personnel issue, that there's an issue, not just a decision the board has made to replace the attorney?
The board has made the decision to look for new representation. That's what there is to it.
That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Everybody, that's all there is to it in the middle of the year. That one more change is being made. I am happy, really happy, I hope, that you have at least reconsidered the one that there seemed to be bad news about. I'm waiting. I want to make sure I say what I wanted to say. Excuse me for a minute. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
So hot. Denise Mayfire, 314 Wayne Street. Forgive me if I sound a little flippant. I know you're not going to answer this question. The comment that we got from Mr. Capone when someone asked about the substance abuse counselor was that the nurse and the guidance counselor can handle it. I don't know, it struck me as flippant. The comment we got when someone asked about a name that would be available for Ms. Romano, we got an administrator. It sounded kind of flippant to me. I wanted to be very open-minded about your hiring of Mr. Capone. I did. Then, on Facebook, all kinds of credentials or lack thereof were showing up. All I want to say is, who vetted Mr. Capone? Who vetted this man? Why did you decide to hire this man? I know you're not going to answer. Fine. Regarding Common Core, I think you need to move slow. My children will not be taking the tests. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Is there any other public comment? Oh.
Board members, my name is Dan Carmalt. I live at 327 Wayne Street, and I have two children at Irving. There have been a number of requests made of the board, both tonight and other nights, and I certainly don't disagree with any of them. Reinstating the RIFT employees, I'm certainly, in favor of more computer technology in the classrooms, understanding that we can't do everything, we don't have the budget, but I've actually got two very small requests for the board tonight. The first would be that relates to the notion of community outreach and outreach to your stakeholders here, the parents of the students in your schools. With respect to the Irving in particular and the search for a principal, I hear discussions about and talk about parents being on a committee. I'd like there to be an invitation for that. I would like to participate in that. I'd like to know when those meetings are occurring, and I'd like the board to be advertising that fact on some forum that would be appropriate, maybe even involving flyers that are sent home with children of the Irving students, children who attend Irving in particular. The second issue, second request that I have is that one of the earlier speakers mentioned a talk that the PTO was putting together for, I think it was next week. I would like to echo the invitation that the board members attend that talk, not necessarily in their capacity as members of the board, but in their own personal capacities. I understand that the board is a lay board and doesn't necessarily have expertise in these issues. I think it would be educational for the board members to attend that meeting. I think that it would be educational for the community to attend that meeting. I think it ought to be a fantastic opportunity for dialogue among all parties. So I would, again, reiterate the invitation. I will be at that meeting. I'd like to see people here at that meeting as well. Those are my two comments tonight.
I have a question.
Thank you, Dan.
Who are the people on the panel?
I would very much like to know the answer to that question as well. I don't know. I know as much about it as you do. I heard about the invitation, I think, on Facebook. I have no idea who's on the panel.
I do know, so I can speak to that if we do want the answer to that. It's Stan Karp, who is at the Education Law Center and who was a teacher, I believe, in Patterson for about 30 years. Michelle Fine, who is a CUNY professor of, I believe, both psychology and education, and who has done some, I believe one of her areas of study is kind of alternatives to standardized testing, and she looks at schools where they do these kind of portfolio graduation requirements as opposed to standardized tests. And then we have two Highland Park residents who are going to be on the panel, both Mark Wise, who is the, I might get his title wrong. but-
Supervisor for Curriculum and Instruction.
in West Windsor, Plainsboro, and also Scott Taylor, who is the superintendent of Kenilworth. And it's going to be moderated by, forgive me if I get her last name wrong, but I believe it's Bonnie Lahette, who is the assistant superintendent in Princeton. And it's sponsored by, as Ellen said, the middle school and high school PTO.
And there's one more comment that I'd like to make, and that relates to the policy for homeschooling that's in the exhibits here tonight. And I don't know if you have any legal counsel currently, or if you're just waiting on that. In light of the new standards in New Jersey, in light of things that have happened in this community, I've certainly become more interested in homeschooling my children, and taking a look at this policy on the basis of the limited research I've done online, it looks like this might be illegal, and also seems to be an improper attempt to dissuade members of the community from homeschooling their children.
I think this is a mandatory policy. So all the changes that are reflected, strikeouts, it's all the mandatory policy that's sent down to all boards of education.
Which portion is the mandatory policy?
This is a mandatory policy. If you look at it, has an M next to it in parentheses. So this is not something that the board wrote or anything.
It's written by the board. It's written by the Board of Education of the State of New Jersey.
And we have
So the superintendent has the power to.
It's not the superintendent's directives. It's changes from the older policy.
Okay, perhaps I'm just misunderstanding then the policy.
Not a problem. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
About the forum, I think it's, I plan on going. I don't know how many of us plan on going, but we should figure that out as a board.
Yeah.
If we need to advertise it as a meeting.
Kim, if you don't mind, if I could just ask, does anybody else who has not spoken yet would like to get up? And then, Kim, if that's okay.
I wrote my
Yeah?
name. Would you want to do cross it out?
All right,
like
okay.
renumber?
As long as Rob's okay with it. Okay.
I'll keep it brief. I've
Okay, thank
had a
you.
minute to think about it, and I've decided that I'm unsatisfied with the answer of not naming this committee. You gave a date of February 2nd as the closing date for applications being due, and you even said that as of February 24th, you're hoping to bring a name to this committee, to this board, potentially to vote on filling that position. I think it's incredibly reasonable that you would put a list of names together of parents that are going to be on call. It may not happen this month, it might be next month, it might be the next month. No one's going anywhere. I do not understand why you keep saying over and over and over that you're going to do this, and you're not just finding a group of families, parents, representatives from the Irving School or whoever you're going to put together and say, this is what's going to happen, be on call, this is what's coming. I just don't, I feel like you're pretending that you're going to do this, and I don't understand why you're not just doing it.
I think we're thinking that when we have a date, that the
But you already gave the date.
This is going to be, this is going to be done, it's going to be done through
February
it'll be done through the PTO. I mean, this is, that's,
So that's happening this week, and people are going to be invited this week so they can clear their schedule and be available.
the process will be moving forward in a very public fashion. We have not worked out all of the details. I mean, I'm not sure what you're afraid of in this process, but I mean, I'm not lying about what the process will be.
I'm not afraid either, but I'm becoming more and more afraid.
Okay.
You are unwilling to just say,
I'm not,
yeah, we talked to
I'm unwilling, see, listen,
such and
Kim,
such teachers. Or
I'm unwilling to say things that have not been done or misspeak. I mean, I don't want to state that things have happened or that people have been invited if they haven't.
Right.
And so that's all I'm saying.
But where's the promise of, yes, we're going to work on this, someone's going to focus on it, people...
That's what we're doing, yes, that's what we're doing. As I said, it's ongoing. That determination will be made about how, I mean, I'm not sure what sort of answer I can give you, other than this is going to be an open process. We are going to have parents involved in it, and we are not, I am not going to select the parents, based on people who have a particular interest.
But you're going to, and right, but so you're going to say, well, the PTO could select the, so you're going to rely on the PTO to put together a group of people, is that it? You're saying it's going to be done through the PTO. I'm just trying to understand what's so hard about saying, you know, like...
I understand what Kim's saying, like, can we get a little bit more transparency in terms of how parents are selected for the committee?
I don't even wonder how they're selected. If you're telling me it's through the PTO, fine, then you would say you're saying the posting date closes on February 2nd. We're hoping to bring a name by the 24th. So maybe you would say we would have a list of names or have invited people by maybe February 10th, is what I'm saying. Like, where is there a timeline of how this is going to be
Well, and the assumption
handled?
then is also that we're not going to move the date
Right,
again, because
exactly.
we don't know the
But you
candidates
could
we're going to
pick
get.
the people, and they could be on call for
Okay,
3
no, I mean,
months until you have a...
Kim, we understand. We will get this out.
well, you're
We will
saying
get this out. No, we'll get this out as soon as possible. We'll let everybody know as soon as possible when there's a date about everything. I mean, I don't have a date for you right now. I could make up a date, but I don't think that would be satisfying. I don't want to make up a date. What we want is we want this process to go forward. You know, the posting is open. When the time comes, we'll get that information out.
Okay.
Thank you.
I also understand that there's still the high school physics teacher is still an open spot, and we have either a sub or a permanent sub in there. And I am hearing reports from friends with kids in that class that the teacher falls asleep and just gives an A. So I'm just saying, like, again, I've already said it once. Clearly, when we want to fill a position, we do. And I just think that these are some important things to be focused on, right?
Yeah, thank you.
You're horrified, right, that the teacher would fall asleep in the class?
No,
No. Okay. Anyway, thank you for your time.
We're discussing science tutors, by the way, for the high school in old business today.
Thank you.
Robert Slevich, 123 Magnolia Street. A couple things about the technology plan review. I saw great slides on that, and also on about changing how GPAs were figured, etc. But I would request that all of those slides be put up on the district website, following the meeting, so that I could get a better look at them. One of the other things, the technology plan review cited a cost of a little over $1 million overall, but only 17% of it seemed to be accounted for on the spreadsheet. It came up to $173,000 for networking, at $100,000 for 400 netbooks, and I think we're still only looking at about 26% of the costs. And there's some great questions tonight by Adam, Jesse, and Greg in regards to that. And and I think the super's letter said that those netbooks we're looking at for for this school, for elementary school classrooms. And, I think that would be a great use for them. But right now, even if we were to buy a netbook, I think for every single student in the school district, we'd still be somewhere around $500,000. So I'm still kind of confused where the $1 million is coming from.
I think he tried to explain that the $1 million was a whole, like over many years.
And I think if what you probably heard from us was we would like also to see an Excel spreadsheet of those numbers broken out so we could have actual costs.
Yeah.
That's what
Right, I think that was the
discussing.
answer to Greg's question, was that it was over many, it was
Right,
over
and
years.
I'm requesting the same thing. I think at the end, that Mr. Capone was, urging that we move forward with some portions of it, particularly with adding the upgrades to the speeds for the computer, and also the computer, those 400 initial purchases, and I want to see something concrete before we push forward on that. Also, like, his letter was also addressing using parents, teachers, and administrators as a board towards interviewing potential principals. My question right now is, when we were looking at a group to vet any superintendents, we were cited confidentiality issues, why people couldn't be on that. It was only Board of Ed members that could be sitting on that group. And, the sunshine laws, which were cited why we couldn't have a lot of these discussions in public, say termination of employees, but they also say potential hiring of employees. And I'm just wondering, are you going to ask all these interviewees to sign a rights letter before they sit down in front of potential parents who are going to interview them? initiates your process for excluding the public for some portions of your meetings and then allowing them for other portions of meetings when they seem to be violating sunshine laws on one end and not violating them. I don't understand your philosophy on that. I like it. I think it's a great idea, but I just don't want you guys getting yourself into trouble where you're, ignoring the law on one end and then, following it on another. Another question I had is in October, and I asked it at the last meeting, Mr. Capone suggested that you guys were reviewing the Gifted and Talented program and seeing how you could expand it because you're not meeting the state statute of giving it to K through 12, and I want to know where that's at, when it's going to be expanded, and how it's going to be expanded.
Hang tight for the curriculum agenda.
Great. And then lastly, I believe that Mr. Capone gave a response in a CPAC meeting that without regard to economics, an African-American student will not perform as well as other students. And I just want to get some clarification on that response.
Clearly not my response. The question that was asked was based on the fact that specifically did I believe that we could change the outcomes for special education African-American students that are low performing, and I said yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
All right, so perhaps I misheard it. I'll listen in again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michelle McFadden DiNicola. I'm at 118 South 2nd Avenue, and I have 3 kids in the district. There were quite a number of things that I wanted to speak about. Number one is that I was pretty appalled hearing Principal Williams speak about the current situation as far as AP classes. I have a middle schooler right now, and I can't believe that the only way that he could get into AP classes is if he has a teacher recommendation, if he makes friends with the teacher, if he has a good rapport with the teacher. He's a very quiet kid. Teacher recommendations, I don't know what that means especially. I mean, how do they make their recommendations? What do they take into account when they're making these recommendations? And whether or not he has the prerequisite, I think that's ludicrous. If he can do the work, let him do the work. If we're trying to employ rigor in the high school and we're trying to get kids to do work beyond their current achievement, I don't see why there's anything holding them back at all. And I was really, really upset hearing the current policy or the current practice of the policy is fine. I don't know what's going on. I think the practice is the problem. That's what I understood. Number two, I wanted to add support to the technology commentary that Sarah Heimowitz gave. I was an early childhood educator for many years, not many years, but more years than some. And I agree that a good early start in school is not dependent on computers or technology. I don't think any of us had computers, and I think that we're pretty intelligent people. We can figure stuff out. It's not necessary. And so I guess I respectfully disagree with the teacher recommendation to get more technology for Irving and Bartle. I worked with Bartle students as a class mother in that library, and what they were doing was PowerPoint presentations and word processing, and they needed a printer, and they needed a word processing software, and that was about it. And they did great work. So I don't know what the goal is as far as getting the technology in there. I mean, it's flashy, it's new, it's technology, and everyone's impressed. Do we need it? I'm sure the teachers need it. Do the kids? I don't think so. The third thing was the superintendent invited parents to a meeting on Friday that, this is Irving parents, and I think it's a great idea. But I think that we need to pay attention to the details. The scheduling of the meeting is kind of unfortunate for many parents who work. They're going to be over an hour late to work. So they're torn. Do I meet with the superintendent, or do I, go to work? Also, babysitting. There's no reason why the schools can't provide babysitting for parents at Irving. They have sometimes toddlers. You can't sit them on your knee during a meeting. I think that that's a reasonable request, that parents get, some sort of child care. And Melissa Newman actually asked last time at the last board meeting if we could have scheduling, appropriate for working parents. Maybe we could have alternating times, sometimes a breakfast, sometimes a dinner, or a weekend meeting. And then there was all kinds of craziness on Facebook about why that wouldn't work. So, it's difficult. I understand the scheduling is difficult, and I appreciate, the meeting being held, but I think that the devil's in the details, and you have to really try to get parents there, do a little bit of background work and see what they need. The fourth thing I wanted to talk about was the CPAC meeting comment about the achievement gap, and the Highland Park demographic is just not specific enough. So I appreciate that we use the term black as far as the state label goes, but I think that we need to be a little bit more specific in Highland Park because we're such a small district. You can't generalize, and even if you did generalize, I don't think that really speaks to anyone. I think you need to be a lot more specific. And I also want to know how the superintendent and the board intend to buck the national trend, which was something that was talked about at the CPAC meeting. Because I think this achievement gap situation has a lot more to do with poverty. So if we've got the magic bullet for poverty in Highland Park, awesome. But I don't really think that we do. Lastly, and my son is going to be so proud of me for talking about this, I was asked to speak by Gabe Trevor about the technology and Mr. Humphrey's technology presentation, which I appreciated. I think to reduce cost, the board should look into Linux or open source software for some machines. I would elaborate further, and I would love to hear a conversation with Mr. Capone or a board member, probably Adam, because you're Mr. Technology, it seems like.
Jesse is right up there. Jesse beats me half the time.
Oh, I'll have my son contact both of you. He knows everything there is to know about open source. He's 12. So I'm sure that we can figure this out. So the open source software would enable highly configurable software options, including security, generally cheaper software costs, and varied hardware options. I would also like the board to take a really serious look at the actual technology needs of our district, particularly in terms of the computers and the software being used by students. This has to involve truly honest discussion with educators. As Mr. Sherman said, we should not be buying computers to buy computers. Finally, I think we need to keep these changes in context, and we should not be making policy decisions in the future without all the necessary information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Colin Marks. I live at 443 Graham Street. Sorry. So the board has amassed a lot of issues like the hirings, RIFs, transparency, Capone's history, residency, resume, the budget, special education, the attorney, student assistant, like the student assistant coordinator, the direction of the district, and it's not limited to that. So, like, I really have I have issues with how the board has, like, handled the public, because, because it seems like you don't really want to talk with the public, you just want them to go away. But then this isn't really a transient issue, like, people are still here. The changes that have been made have had deep impacts on people, and they are tangible, and they need to be addressed, or the explanation for why they cannot be explained needs to be addressed as well. Like, I've seen awkward silence here before, and awkward silence is really terrible. It speaks, like, silence speaks volumes, and it does not speak volumes in your favor. And you know, it's terrible. It's terrible for you. It looks really terrible. And sorry. And also, I commend Adam Sherman for asking questions, even though they might not always be answered, like Mr. Capone. Like, I would like more, like, because there seems to be, like, a lot of failure in communication, even within the board. Like, I just don't understand these things, like, why. So, yeah. And, like, people have responded naturally to this natural, like, event. Sorry, like, bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise Mayfryer again. I will be quick. It's going to take me longer to fill this out. You and Kim were kind of talking around each other. Her concern, I think, is that we don't want another Mr. Capone happening, where this man was thrust upon us without any public discussion, and the town is now up in arms. Regarding the principal, I think you are doing the right thing. I said it last time, and I'll say it again. I think your intentions have always been good, and will continue to always be good. I think one of the biggest mistakes is this man was not properly vetted. I know you can't respond to that, that's fine. And I'm only speaking my opinion, but I'm not the only one with it. I just think that is just something to understand, that I think that's what, at least I understood Kim was trying to convey. And you were getting upset, and understandably, but no one's accusing you of not being wide open and honest. I'm not. I believe your intentions are good, but there's this elephant in the room, for want of a better phrase, that is here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? Thank you all for your comments. I do hope that you'll stay for the committee reports and the other business that we have. Jesse, would you like to give the curriculum report, please?
I would love to. So the curriculum committee met tonight, and we were joined by a group of teachers, and I want to thank them for coming, and their input was invaluable. I think it was one of the best curriculum committee meetings that I've been to. We talked about gifted and talented. We currently do not have a K through 12 gifted and talented program, and we are therefore not in compliance. So we are beginning to work on a comprehensive program. We need a certified gifted and talented teacher, which we do not have. Rutgers recently started a gifted and talented, the Rutgers School of Education certification program a couple years ago, I believe, and they visited us today. I didn't hear much of the feedback. I hope to hear more. So that is an ongoing conversation, and we're in the beginning stages of creating a comprehensive K through 12 gifted program. We talked about curriculum and the pacing guide. The administration is working very closely with the teachers, creating interwoven lessons for all learners to address differentiation, pacing within the curriculum, and common assessments on timelines. Obviously, this is all happening collaboratively with the teachers and the administration. We talked about professional development.
Sorry, Jessie, what grades are you talking about?
I'm talking about Irving and Bartle right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Professional development, again, I'm talking about K-5. Meeting with teachers to discuss professional development. They've created a shared folder so that all professional development is accessible to all teachers. Curriculum has gone into a shared document as well, so everything is accessible to all teachers. PD is happening during district hours, and PD is going to be offered at extra volunteer hours, open to anyone who wants to attend. The Tier 2 materials have been selected, and the list of Tier 2 materials are Fountas and Pinnell benchmark assessments, K through 8, 100 book challenge classroom libraries, K through 8, Ready Common Core instruction books, 3 through 8, Scholastic guided reading, complete guided reading for Bartle, nonfiction guided reading for Irving, differentiated guided reading for middle school. And it was the teachers who made these selections. And if I understand Tier 2 correctly, Tier 2 is the mini group materials that are used for differentiation.
Did you say mini group?
Mini group?
Mini group, is that what you're,
Small
I'm sorry.
groups.
Yeah, I just
Small
wanted to
groups.
make sure I heard you right.
Can't tell from my hand motions?
Guided reading is Tier 2.
Yes. And Tier 1 are the whole group materials, and the teachers are still meeting with administration, and that selection process is ongoing. There's going to be a meeting February 10th. And we also discussed with the teachers how the process is working for them. My understanding was that the teachers are encouraged. You heard from the teachers earlier, so I don't need to put words into their mouths. But again, really grateful that the teachers were there in the curriculum meeting, and I really think it was one of the best curriculum meetings I've attended so far. That's it. Oh, and with that, I would like to move items 2 through 5.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I have a question on number 4. Is it number 4? Yes, number 4. I assume all those teachers the student teachers get fingerprinted, right?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
So, no, go on.
And I just wanted to call everybody's attention to the really great program that Mary Curran has sort of constructed, where she's bringing teachers to the UN, and they're going to be sort of doing work and bringing that back to the district. It's she's just an incredible resource for us, and this is all part of the global citizenship program that she's been helping the district to construct. So it's just a great thing.
My question is, the conversation we had at last board meeting about the Saturday school program, not in the curriculum agenda this time. Is there a reason for that?
I can't give you any feedback because we didn't discuss it, but I will remember to discuss it at the next meeting.
Wasn't the deadline?
Well, again, that was part of the Middle States evaluation.
Yeah.
And so they were, they reached out to Middle States as far as an extension.
Okay, so so implementation now is looking more like March now than February?
They're waiting for a response.
Okay. All right.
Could you just talk a little bit about the gifted and talented, who was involved with that? I know you had a meeting today, and it's got some other folks involved.
So I had a meeting with Rutgers today as far as what kind of services they can provide and help setting up this program. Again, they focused and addressed the fact that they did have the certification program and talked about how people typically get into that program and how it's addressed potential contract that we could look at as far as their support in setting up and maintaining the program.
I also took the day off of work today to go down to West Windsor with Adam and take a tour of some of the schools down there. We'll talk about technology, I think, in new business, and I might as well bring it up now. I met with a gifted and talented teacher in the middle school, and I met with a gifted and talented grade 4 through 5 teacher, and actually observed her classroom. I was very interested in their program. They were also very helpful in giving me the names of a woman who started a program very recently in Morristown. I think it was Morristown, right? I'd have to double check. Who would be happy to talk to us. I'm also going to reach out to their director of gifted and talented education. She unfortunately wasn't there today to get a sense of what their whole program is. And it was, you know, it was really interesting. At the middle school level, they're offering gifted and they start very young, and they start with the identification process, and they use what's called InView to identify gifted and talented students. And then there are teacher recommendations. And that program is a push-in, a pull-out, and there's resources for students who want to leave their lunch period, and the students were eating lunch and doing enrichment. And so that's what's happening. There's a lot of discussion among the teachers across grade levels, across schools. So once those students are identified, they are looked out for through the course of K-12. And there's programming that's offered to them through K-12. Once they get to middle school, it becomes voluntary. It's program-based. So one thing was History of the Month. One was, bear with me and I'll read my notes.
Community.
They do future problem solving, they do National History Day, and they do a lot of team competitions. The interesting thing about their middle school program is that it's not just open to the identified gifted students, it's open to all students. So any student who wants to take the time out of their day to come to the gifted room and do enrichment, they can do that.
That was true in the 5th grade as well.
And it's an enrichment program, no, it's 6 through, I think, 8, and it's independent study only. But again, they have that list of gifted kids, so they can go back and reach out to those kids and try to provide services to those kids if they're not seeing them, if they're not showing up. There was a very large emphasis on the social and emotional piece, especially at the middle school level, which was interesting to hear. And they're very interested in forming a community. So the thing that they found was a downfall was the fact that there's no flex period for the students. So some of them are being asked to give up, or they're volunteering giving up lunch, or they're volunteering giving up recess, and that seems to not, be great. But again, it was very interesting. It was great to talk to these teachers. One of the teachers actually went through or is currently going through the Rutgers program. Another teacher had already graduated from the Rutgers program. One of them just won a grant to go to Connecticut, where Renzulli teaches, and there's a huge gifted, it's called Confortute, Renzulli, I'm sorry. So Confortute is there, and it's a big gifted conference to get just more professional development. So I think we have a lot of really good names, and I'm hopeful that we'll continue to form a program and really work with professionals who have experience in forming programs. So we do have that comprehensive K-12.
And they all were amenable to having people from our district reach out to them.
Everybody was so happy to have us down there. They would love to meet more people. I had email addresses, phone numbers. They are all more than happy. I was also, one of the middle school gifted and talented teachers is actually retiring, and there was some suggestion that she might be open to consulting, and I've communicated this to Tim before, but one of the things I think we desperately need here is an expert to come in and advise us on what we should be doing.
Well, I'm going to reach out to my aunt who...
and Adam's aunt is an expert who writes a lot of books on gifted and talented.
One of the teachers we met with set up her classroom as my aunt, under the direction of my aunt's book. But
it's handy.
She has offered to come before, so she goes on Oprah, so her time is not.
Well, then
her time is. I don't know who's more valuable, us or Oprah. So.
And I have just at the middle school, what they call it is PRISM, Performance Reveals Individual Student Magic. So it was very informative.
Great, thank you.
Jesse, sorry, I just wanted to add that part of our discussion also was about how all kids need exciting, excellent project-based learning. So it's not just a gifted type of teaching, it's the type of teaching for all kids.
What I'm actually reporting out to you right now is gifted. This is not, K through K through 5, it's a gifted program that is for students who have been identified through InView. It's a pull-out program, a push-in program. One of the things that Adam and I will report back to you that we also saw in West Windsor was a lot of project-based learning.
Self-learned.
A lot of it. There was some self-guided high school classroom we went to, and then there was a 5th grade classroom we went to, and a 4th grade? Or 2 5th grades?
Only
2 5th grades, where they're using technology they're using Google Docs, basically, and different apps. And I have notes on this, too. And
Let's get to it later.
And we'll get to that later, so that'll be a new business.
Great, thank you. Is there any other discussion? Linda?
Ms. Versa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Mr. Marusi?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Catherine?
The Finance Committee did meet tonight. Let me just go through some of the items on the agenda. Item 13 refers to the installation of the improvements for the connectivity speeds between the buildings that Brian referred to. Item 14 is the window replacement project at Bartle. We received the letter from the state this week, and we'll be moving forward with signing a contract and then go out to bid. Linda met with the architect regarding this on January 15th, and they're working on the specs. The project probably will be completed over the summer. Item 15 is we're advertising for proposals for the food service management company, and Linda attended a webinar with the New Jersey Division of Child Nutrition, and she's also sent the template RFP to Sean Gustafson at New Jersey Healthy Schools Program for his input. 16 and 17 refers to the high school balcony project, which we're going to be able to move forward with, and that also, and that will, it would be completed over the summer also. Item 18 refers to an emergent repair. Our old water pipes are not holding up over with the strain of the cold weather. Other items, we've talked before about funding for the Level 2 projects, the ROD grant projects, and we have been informed that there will be no funding for Level 2 projects. The lighting upgrades at Irving School have been complete or are nearly complete. The new school sign for the front lawn of the high school is being reconsidered due to concerns about light levels intruding on the neighbors, possibly. And Linda is also looking into energy audits through the Energy Savings Incentive Program. This would be district-wide, looking at the buildings to see if there's anything else that we can do to improve our energy efficiency. And Linda talked about the budget. So with that, I'd like to move items 2 through 20.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I wanted to point out that on here, there's 3 examples of board members going to board training, and I didn't know that much about board training until I got on the board, and I think it's part of our responsibility to go to these trainings, but they're, I wanted to point that out to the public.
I'm going to a very timely one, Park and Beyond.
I saw that, Adam.
That's I think that's not a mandatory one for me, is it? And I think anybody's welcome to come to that one with me. Huh?
Just for fun.
I'm going just for fun this time. Yeah, board credits. I'm working on my master boardmanship certificate that they give me.
Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, I did, on 14, if you could just clarify that 1,235,000, is that's the state funds that are available to us, and now we go, if somebody could just explain what that means.
That's total project. I believe it's capital reserve plus ROD grant. Unless I'm wrong.
This is the amount that the state has agreed are the eligible costs for which they will provide partial funding through the grant. Okay. So the total project cost is estimated at that. Hopefully, it'll come in lower.
And so then some
And they will
portion of
pay,
that will
they
be...
pay 40% of the estimated, the actual cost up to that eligible amount.
So then we're responsible for the other 60?
Yes.
And is that money that's already earmarked?
We have money in capital reserve for
It was
that.
put in last year's, but over the last few years into capital reserve for this project.
Okay. And is that the same for the balcony? There's already money that's put aside?
We have donated funds to cover the balcony.
We have donated funds?
Yes.
Okay.
That's been ongoing.
Is that something that should be reflected in the agenda?
What?
That it's being paid for by donated funds?
Well,
I mean, it's just a question.
we've gone over this ongoing, and we've reported when the funds were donated toward the project. They're just sitting in our special revenues fund in anticipation of completion of the project.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. I don't know if this is better safe for new business, but I thought I would hold on to it. Finance facility seems like a reasonable spot. I kind of latched on to a comment the students made earlier tonight about the environment, the HVAC or whatever in the high school. Is this new news to you guys, or is there a known issue over in the high school with temperature control? I'm just to see if you guys are looking into it newly, or if this is something you knew about already.
This is something we've gotten quotes for, and
Okay, so
that it's hopefully being addressed.
And at one point, there was only one boiler working, and...
Oh, was it?
Well, no, this is actually HVAC. There wasn't a circulation of air. It's specifically the hallway that's glass going down to the science wing, that it was very cold within that area because there wasn't a circulation.
Okay, all right.
Is there any other discussion?
I just want to clarify one more time on 14. So this is acceptance of preliminary eligible costs, so that's not, if we're not voting to actually spend all this money right now, this is a preliminary, I'm sorry,
This has already been...
This is the amount that the architects put in the application for potential total cost of the project. The next steps are to develop bid specs, go out to bid, solicit bids, receive bids, and see what the numbers come in at.
Wonderful, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Linda? We got to get you a wider table.
I don't even have the moved and a seconded. Did we have a moved and a second?
Moved by
Catherine, I'm sorry.
Catherine
by
and
Adam.
Catherine moved it, Adam seconded.
Thank you. Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simorowski?
Yes.
I believe certain board members have certain agenda items that relate to them. You need to abstain from those items. Do we need to?
Oh.
Sorry, yes, I abstain from, let me find it. 10, thank you.
I abstain from 11.
Mr. Dietz?
I abstain from nothing, yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes to all except for 12. Abstain from 12.
And personnel?
Personnel Committee met tonight. We discussed a resignation, and with that, I would like to move items 2 and 3 on the agenda.
Second.
Is there any discussion? You got
I
that, Linda?
have a question about number 2.
Agenda, I said, I'm sorry.
My question about number 2 is, who will be filling this position as this teacher teaches AP English?
Right now, we're filling it with a long-term substitute.
Are they qualified to teach AP English?
The ability to find someone that would have AP certification to teach that class. And we're looking at the best substitute you can get, but there's no guarantees.
So as a parent of a child in that class, that I feel uncomfortable with that, understanding that it's hard.
So, is there a solution that from your experience, that can work in this situation?
I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't, unless there's someone, I don't know. That's a disservice to the kids in that class, I would imagine.
I think we will do every effort to find somebody, as Tim said.
I mean, like I said, if there's someone out there that's certified, that's obviously the person, but, you know, I can't tell you what the applicant pool is that would include AP certified teachers.
Is there any other discussion? Linda?
Actually, I just want to ask a process question. When we have one item that's on the addendum, were those circulated for the public?
Yeah.
Okay.
Linda, roll call.
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simorowski?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes. Let's get the work out of the way. Each committee is responsible for sending a member over to the policy committee. The policy committee is a non-standing committee, but does have one member from each committee. I will be the person from the finance committee. We haven't discussed that, but as I am the president of this committee, I guess that falls to me. So the two other chairs, I don't know if you, at the next meeting, if you guys could have a name from me for the committee, that would be great.
I nominate Claire.
Oh, well, you guys, I will let you guys talk about that. And
She shook her head.
well, if she says okay, then that's fine. But
Do we have a personnel volunteer?
I'll do it.
Okay, thank you, Ann.
all right. Secondly, a bunch of policies were put in front of us today. I'm not going to go through it all right now. Israel, I had not seen them, so I don't exactly know what they are. I don't know if you could fill us in, or who gave them to us. You handed me the folder, so I assume that you put it together.
So
Tim did.
This is a number of policies that are outdated, mandatory policies that need to be passed, and others that have not been updated.
Okay.
And so what we're asking you to do is, starting with the mandatory policies, since those are non-compliance issues right now, that we start bringing them forward and work your way through each section.
Okay. Well, the policy committee itself is responsible for section quadruple zero, and we will be responsible for reviewing that. But besides those, each committee should be responsible. I take this as your official notification that these policies have been referred to your committees that are responsible for the policies, meaning, and I should have looked this up before this meeting, but I did not. I believe 2,000 and 5,000 go to the curriculum committee. You know what, I'm not going to go through this, but everybody knows, everybody
Actually,
can...
I think is important. This you should go through,
Okay.
because I think not everyone understands which policies they're supposed to look at.
And I'm going to be completely
We
honest.
have all the policies in here.
Yes,
we're
but
just
you're-
looking at
Right,
all.
everybody got all the policies, but not everybody has to look at all the policies. So I think 1,000, for example, is personnel, but I also think there's another...
I don't know it off the top of my head, and
I don't either.
I'll email Linda to email the board. There is a policy in our policy manual that tells us what policies are policies for each committee, and that is what I will look up, and I'll email the board. So these all are, as Tim and Israel have said, that these are responsibility, and the faster we can get those through, the faster we can be in compliance. And this is different, I guess, than our annual policy review, which will happen, I believe, I don't believe it happens this year. I believe it happens in one more year.
We just finished it,
Yeah.
and...
Yeah. So, and I guess it's the conversation I can have, but we'll have it right here real quick. The policies that you got from NJSBA, are those in here, or are those different than this?
Those are reflected in
Okay.
this list.
Okay. So, all right.
Yes.
We're good. All right, oh wait, no, that does not include the policy board. There are two policies I would like to move for discussion, or for first reading. So I'd like to move items number 2.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes. 0164.
Okay, so 0164 is a bylaw regarding the conduct of board meetings. This is a policy that was last updated in February of 2012. The reason that I bring it to the board's attention is the order of business is a call to order, announcement of notice, roll call, pledge of allegiance, approval of minutes, communication, superintendent's report, public comment, board's committee reports, president's report, old business, new business, and public comment. So we've got the two public comments. With the board committee report after the first public comment, sitting here, it's been a little bit frustrating that the board committees are reporting out to about a third of the number of people who are here during public comment. So the reason that I wanted to bring this to first reading was to suggest a change in the order of business, which would put the public comment after the board's committee reports, but prior to anything being moved. So what that would allow is the committee reports would be presented, which is, the process that you've all just seen. Prior to us moving anything that appears in those items, the public would then get a chance to comment on those items, as well as, just those items, actually. What that would allow us to do is, rather than waiting until after you've all spoken, after the public has spoken, we then have a sort of an isolated discussion about what goes into the committee reports. We would be able to elicit some public comment regarding those items that we've just discussed. So not only would we have the opportunity to discuss it as a board, but then we would also have the public's feedback, or the public would be able to ask questions prior to us moving those items. So this is for first reading, consider it, and, obviously we'll bring it back next board meeting and discuss it, or if you have questions or anything like that. I just think that this will be a process that will allow for better public notification about all the things that we're doing. It will also allow us to garner more input into the committee reports that are being, moved. And I think that it will help in the dialogue that we have.
So this is, you're just moving, there's still two public comments, or you're just moving this kind of a little bit later, sandwiching it between the committee report itself and the actual moving of the agenda?
Exactly. So basically, for example, today we had a couple of presentations, so we started a little bit later in public comment. It was around 9:15 or 9:30 or something like that. Normally there aren't so many presentations in the beginning of the meeting, so we have our committee reports, we could potentially have them very early in the evening. And what that would do is everybody who comes at that time would then be privy to that information. They would be able to hear the dialogue that the board is having, and they would be able to understand that information, then publicly, state their concerns or their questions with regard to those agenda items. After that, the board would reconvene after public comment on the agenda items was made. We would then have a chance to move those items that appeared, and then go through the other parts of the agenda and have general public comment still again, as it is again, for the second time at the end of the meeting. That's how I envision it. But certainly, any suggestions, obviously, this is why we're reviewing this.
So my questions aren't because I'm challenging. I actually just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So what you're suggesting is we move this first public comment to follow the committee reports and to be specific to the committee reports, so that we can get that particular business taken care of, and that the second public comment would be reserved for general public comments.
Yeah, that would be my approach. We started we have in the last few meetings started our regular business at midnight, after sitting up here, and it's not to say that, that there wasn't good reason for that, but we are less fresh at midnight, and we're less able to have a sound discussion. And at midnight, much of the public has already gone and has not been privy to the conversations that we have. We can say, yes, the meeting is taped, and you should view the video at home. But I think, hearing it and actually being able to comment on those agenda items, is something to consider, if nothing else.
This is the way many boards do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have two comments. One would be, so for second reading, is that when we would get this with strike-throughs and?
I'm going to make a suggestion on not moving this policy tonight, just to let you know.
Okay, but I mean, that's, my question is, when would we get to that point where we actually strike through whatever we're moving or move, you know, like instead of just saying, this is what we're going to, this is how we want to change it, but actually presenting the changes that we want to see? Okay, that would happen at the second reading, all right.
It shouldn't, though. It should happen at first reading. First reading.
It was, okay.
Yeah, first reading should be the strike.
Right, I just want to see exactly what it is that we're considering. I certainly understand how you're explaining it. And I do know that other boards function that way. I don't see a problem with that. I just think we have to be conscious of the decision, the idea that that then moves to the public comment to anything that's not an agenda item to, if we proceed the way we have been, to pretty late in the evening, and be conscious of the impact on that of folks who may not want to comment on agenda items, but do want to make comment, and just how we would handle that. I think one very positive way that we could handle that is allowing people to submit their comments ahead of time via email or however we do that, but then we would have to have policies and procedures for how we respond to those emails, and that's, you know, that's something that moving forward I would like us to be discussing as well, is how we do respond to written communications that come forward to the board, and that's part of this policy also, so I think we could be, that could be part and parcel of the same conversation.
Great.
We will get to the second part of, we will get to the
Sooner, yes, I understand we'll get to it sooner.
Right.
But we have also been having relatively lengthy superintendent's reports as well, which pushes it back further than the normal. Obviously, taking out the 2-hour chunk of public comment is a big help, but, I mean, some of the initial reports have also been more lengthy than...
Sure.
Yep. So here's my suggestion, and Dan, I first want to thank you. I think this is a great idea, and I thank you for bringing this up. I just want to talk about the process of this, and I want to get in the habit of doing policies in a process-driven way. This is a bylaw which is done by the policy committee. This is also first reading. In my vision, first readings should have the changes already in them. We shouldn't be moving a policy for first reading without any changes. We can, I just don't think we should. And also I want all policies to go through the committee process, including the bylaws ones. So I don't know if you want to mark it up. My suggestion would be to table it for tonight, mark it up, move it for first reading, put it through the policy committee. We can do it via email, and then move it for first reading at the next meeting, would be my suggestion. And that's the way I personally would like to see policies be done. All of them have gone through the committee, each individual committee that's responsible for them.
I'd second that.
Do you have is that going to?
No, I just, you know,
I know you
I guess
want to get
no,
it done, yeah.
no, it's not about that. It's more just the clarifying the process for me. So the first reading of a policy has the changes that are, I mean, is that typical, Linda?
Having
The first reading should be marked up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think, just to talk about that process, I think we have gone through, I mean, just why don't we talk about the technology policy? We did a first reading where there was a draft, and I think we went through subsequent readings. I don't know what we called them, but it was getting marked up quite a bit in the interim, but there was always that first step of the markups, even though that was a new policy. But
right,
so we've made changes in between subsequent. It's not like first reading happens and then we're locked in stone. I'm just saying out loud, it's that at least we're looking at something that's changed to say, yeah, we want to pass that.
First reading, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, there is a markup period, and the rule is that the policies just need to be read in title twice. But the first reading has always been the introduction of the policy, giving everybody a time to read the new policy, and then commenting on it at the next meeting if there are any slight changes or major changes to it. When we do it this way, it really gives you only one meeting to really think about it and discuss it. This will give you 2 meetings to really, for everybody to understand it.
Okay.
And as we said, it's the way we've done it for the most part.
Okay, I'm all right with that.
So I don't know if you want to mark it up or you want the policy committee to mark it up. But
well, I mean, we can do that together, certainly.
The 4 of us can definitely do it together, absolutely. But I really enjoy it. Thank you for this, and this is great.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have no other comments.
So you have to move.
I moved it. Oh, I got to table. Can I rescind my motion, or do I have to do a new motion?
Well, there are 2 policies on your motion, so you can move to table the one.
Okay.
We've continued to move the other one.
Second.
All right, I move to table policy 0164.
And I seconded that.
Darcy?
So we will vote on the tabling and then, okay. Ms. Versa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simorowski?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
And then I guess if there's no further comment, then
Is there any other comment on the homeschooling policy?
I did just want to clarify, this is just totally mandatory. What the strike-throughs are the old mandatory, the non-strike-throughs are the new mandatory. This is not anything that anyone on the board has done. I just wanted to clarify.
And for the public, we use Strauss Esme, who provide us with our mandatory policies. We have no options. Right, we have to adopt.
Actually provide us.
Some of the mandatory policies have options in them.
And this has no options. This was just a...
And you can always go further than a mandatory policy, but this is the minimum standard. So you can
Right.
add words to this, but...
But you can't remove something that's there. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was clear for everyone.
Any other discussion? Okay, Linda?
Ms. Versa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simorowski?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
For the President's report, I had 4 items that I wanted to discuss. The first is the state of the relations between the board and the administration and the HPEA. And I'm not going to say too much because you heard from Kim Crane about this, but the public should just be aware that this is really priority number 1 from the board's perspective, and the board has really expressed to the administration that the relationship between the administration and the staff is really the key moving forward. It is the most important thing that we can be focusing on, and it really is the thing that, we as a board are focusing on, first and foremost. So you've heard some good work that they've done with the curriculum, and we will definitely be bringing you some exciting and positive things moving forward. The second thing I wanted to talk about was the situation with the Hatikva Charter School. A letter was sent out on January 16th that was graciously put together by some members of the board that had my name on it. And it urged people to visit speakupnj.com to sign a petition. There are currently 1,100 plus supporters of the petition, and the goal is to get up to 1,500. The budget impact of Hatikva and the charter schools, and the Highland Park Public Schools, is somewhat staggering. This year, we pay $204,783, which is about 50% or so of our entire 2% budget cap for the current school year. However, when all of the charter schools are put together and the final figure is determined, it's actually $464,607, which is the amount that the district is required to budget prior to this school year. So we have to set that aside. For the 13-14 school year, that's actually the entire 2% budget cap plus an additional $38,000 and change, which was immediately reserved for charter school payments. So this is a really significant issue for us, and we hope that if you haven't had a chance to sign that petition, please do so. Tell everyone you know about it to do the same. And, please continue to work with the folks that are really fighting to, provide equitable funding and other sorts of things with regard to charter school law. We appreciate it.
Sorry, Dan, how do you find that?
It's speakupnj.com, and also my letter is available on the district website, and the link is on that as well.
Thank you.
The third thing I wanted to talk about is school performance reports and the data presentation. School performance reports for the 2012-2013 school year are currently on public embargo, which means that they cannot be publicly distributed. The thinking is that they probably will be released this week or possibly next. Once the reports come out, we will provide a comprehensive data presentation that really drills down into the data beyond what the state provides and really provides context for folks. This will either be at the February 10th or the February 24th meeting. We understand that the data is really imperfect, and it certainly doesn't tell the whole story, but unfortunately it is how we are currently being judged by the New Jersey Department of Education. So we have to be somewhat responsive to the results. The key for us really as a board and as we direct the administration is to identify the pieces of data that we feel can inform what we do in order to provide systemic support for our students in various degrees of need. So that might mean any number of things, but the key, I think, for the board, the key in terms of these data reports is to really examine them and look at them in a reflective way and determine what programs we're offering, what programs we need to expand, what sorts of steps we can take in order to provide, the best public education for all of our students that we can. The last thing that I wanted to talk about is just communications in general. And as I've said before, and as my friend Matt Hirsch has said before, communications is not the answer. The answer is good policy and sound decision making. But communication is an important part of what we do as a board. It's an important part of what the administration does. And it's very important in terms of building a relationship between the board and the administration and the public, and especially the staff as well. So I just want to outline a couple of things that have happened since the last board meeting and what we have coming up with regard to communications. The Communications Task Force, led by Matt Hirsch, met on January 14th, and there were about 12 to 15 people in attendance, including me, some community members, and a few staff members. Many items were discussed, including the ongoing communications effort and providing Spanish and English materials. And if you've noticed, the recent things that the board has put out, that the administration has put out, have been available in English and Spanish, and this is going to be a common practice moving forward. There was a CPAC meeting on January 9th. Which was very well attended. The superintendent put out a letter on January 17th with a district update. There was some discussion about the presentations that were presented today and in the future, and those will be available very early this week. If we can get them up prior to the board meeting, we certainly will do that, because I know sometimes the lighting is hard for people to see, and it's great to have something that you can hold in your hand and sort of take notes on. But that is something that we will be doing as a common practice. We'll put the presentations up as quickly as we can, the next day if possible. And then I just wanted to also announce again the breakfast with the superintendent, which is this Friday from 8:30 to 9:30. This is Irving School. And these are going to be, I know I sort of mentioned this last meeting, but rather than be a general format sort of monthly thing, these are actually going to be school specific. And so this one will be at Irving, and we've certainly heard some feedback about the timing, and we understand there is no perfect time, but we will try to vary the time for people so that if you can't be there maybe in the morning, maybe you can make it in the afternoon, and then we won't call it breakfast. But the idea is to really make adjustments for people so that we can get the best turnout possible for people that are interested in having a conversation. So that's all. And is there any old business?
Can I just ask you a quick question?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Public embargo on the data, just can you...
It's not my own term.
I know it's not. It's just maybe, what's that mean? Who's it coming from and why? I mean, it's not us. I'm just curious what this is all about.
It's the Department of Education.
So they're
They put them out when they want to put them out.
They're embargoing our data?
Yes, they put a self-embargo on.
That's lovely.
So
it's quite a
You can click a link, and then the link says
you need a password.
You cannot download.
It's password protected all of a sudden. And the information that Tim presented at the last meeting is actually the 2011-2012 information, and that you have to kind of go to a different place now to look at, but it is still available. So you still can look at that data, you just have to weave your way through the website in a weird way.
Yeah.
And then the new ones aren't available yet. So that presentation from last time was actually on last year's data, not on this year's data.
That's right. It was actually on the 11-12 data, not on the 12-13
data.
Yeah.
And my preference certainly would be that we, maybe wait till the end of February to present that data so we have some time to digest it, think about it, talk about it as a board.
Absolutely.
Give us more time to present it than less.
Yeah. So, old business?
Yeah, it's on the...
There's three things.
What?
Yeah, the agenda.
Got them on the agenda.
What? Oh. Pupil services.
So pupil services, we kind of covered before as far as the fact that the responsibilities of the substance abuse coordinator can be, according to code, be absorbed by the nurses and the guidance counselors. In addition to that, the teen center also plays a role with that.
I am concerned about the continuing education of alcohol and tobacco lessons. I know some of it will also be absorbed by the health programs, but there's a question that I still have, and the answer might be the guidance counselors, but when there is a child in need who is looking for somebody to talk to in regards to alcohol and drugs, who do they go to?
And again, they do have a choice of either the teen center or guidance counselors.
And I think, for me, I think both as a parent and a board member, according to code and according to what works for kids, can be two very, very different things. And I think that's some of the frustration that personally I'm hearing from the podium, that what may work according to code may not work for our students. And I think that's what we need to take into consideration. And I think people are specifically asking, what training do those individuals have to deal with those specific issues? Just because according to code or according to the state, it says you can use the nurse or the guidance counselor or the teen center, doesn't mean that the nurse or the guidance counselor or the teen center has the specific training that, that our SAC counselor had. So I think that's the question.
What is the staffing in the teen center?
It includes psychologists, social workers. There's the manager that does the coordination of that grant and all the services there. And again, that's something that they have the ability to add additional services as they see fit.
And I wonder if we need another presentation from the Teen Center, because I think it's a robust program. We do not fund it, that's my understanding. It is separately funded, but it is a very robust, separately funded program that has the ability to do a lot for the kids, and it's, really helpful to get them in here to talk to us, especially now that we have so many parents coming. I know they've given presentations to sort of empty rooms, and it might be nice to have them come to a full room.
Yeah.
I agree, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Me too.
And they do offer a lot of things. They have a lot of programs, a lot of extra, and the students that are involved in it know that, so they would probably know who to go to if they had, an issue with something. But if there's a student, that's not involved with it, so
there's that identification process.
And they lead a lot of assemblies at the high school.
And also small group counselings,
And can you talk into your microphone? Thank you.
Also small group counseling, so that children with specific issues can be counseled both by psychologists and peers.
HP News?
All right, the Highland Park News is the borough newspaper that goes out to all residents, and we have some space reserved for us, and the deadline to get this information in, I believe, is December 4th. Is that right? I mean, not December, February 4th. I just want to get, I don't know, I want to get to the winter. February 4th. So the question is if the board has input as to what kinds of information should be put out, stories, or if it should be about recognitions or other kinds of things, rather than just sort of making a decision. Thought that if there were people that had input, that would be a great thing to get at this point.
I think I've said in the past, I think it would be a good idea for each school to have an article. So we could talk about what's going on, or celebrating somebody, or highlighting students, something from each school.
I think it's important that something comes from the board president and the superintendent, and if that is in their letter highlighting each school, that's good enough for me.
This is a single article
I don't know
being offered to
No,
right?
it's some space.
It's a double page.
It's either a double page or it's a single page.
I mean, how many words are we talking? Do we know?
A lot.
It's a lot, okay, all right. Then never mind.
One page though should be from the board and from Tim combined. Oh, I don't know if you want to combine them or whatever, who writes it, but the other pages could be dedicated to the schools, but.
Yeah, I think that's the question, is what other content? Because there probably will be something from me and something from Tim.
The timing has something to do with that. I mean, when we talked about this before, we were really hoping to get information on the budget process into this, and if there won't be another opportunity this spring, then we should, take the budget process as far as we can, explain what's gone into decision-making, and...
Yeah, that's a great idea.
When does the
I know,
paper
February
hit?
4th is nuts, I know.
Maybe
Well,
Matt can
and
make a public comment after this and let us know a little bit more about when it gets sent out.
Right, when the real deadline is.
Well, no, when does it, the more important thing is when does it hit? When does it hit home, the homes?
I think the really important thing right now is to talk about the realistic thing, which is who are you going to gather to write something from each school between now and potentially February 4th? I mean, I know you two can probably put something together, but that seems like a lot of heavy
Newspaper staff,
lifting.
isn't there? Principals?
Yeah,
Well, I mean-
principals is a great idea. And I mean, I think the other thing that we would probably want to highlight, and I think Matt has spoken to this a lot, is how we can pull the community into the schools. So highlighting events that are open to the public.
Yep.
Maybe highlighting the renovation of the auditorium, how that will be used as a public space. I think we want to really use this as an opportunity to invite the public into our schools, to let them know what's going on in our schools, and to increase that interaction.
I think that's a great point. I think it'd be great if we could get a picture of the new auditorium in there.
It's a good way to recognize, or even, when on the older levels, like for the high school, if you recognize that one of the sports teams, won a conference or something about the school play, and even the children in the younger grades, just to, highlight.
Okay. And then just future plans, we're doing a lot of technology stuff. We're doing professional development.
Great, thank you.
So there was a motion made about science tutors.
Yes.
So we did post the position. We did not have any internal candidates to fill that position. We had 6 students that signed up that expressed interest as far as additional science help.
Yeah. My concern that I expressed at the November meeting still stands, and can we get someone from out of district to apply? Can we repost it? As I think Ms. Hammond mentioned earlier, or I think somebody mentioned earlier about the physics teacher, and the programs that are going on right now. It's clear to me that we do need some continuing education for students, and I really would like us to figure out a way to do it.
Can you post this kind of job to the outside world?
Sure. I think we should, and it becomes then the question of, again, what's the applicant pool, and are you going to be able to get somebody to come right up?
I would reach out to the Edison and Metuchen school districts first, see if we can have one of their science teachers, and we're also repost it within the school district as well for a week. I would like it to be, it's further than I thought it was going to be when we talked about this, but we really do need to do something, and if it's not an actual science person, as an after-school tutor, I would hope that we could come to some conclusion from the administration and from the principals of what we can do for these students in the high school who have experienced multiple years. And I know it's no fault of anybody here, but they have experienced multiple years of a science curriculum that has been surprisingly changed in the middle of the year.
Didn't Mary Kern say that Rutgers had a new science
Tim
education program?
Tim met with
You
them.
met with
Yeah.
her?
I met with Rutgers as far as recruitment, as far as getting the students in, but those students aren't going to be prepared until the end of this year. And so we talked about a number of different ways as far as getting them in and trying to access them early, and there wasn't a solution that we were able to find.
What credentials or certifications would a science tutor need?
For a high school science teacher, the
tutor?
For a tutor.
Tutor. I mean, that's what we're talking about, right, is a science tutor?
Yes.
It's still the same.
It's the
I mean,
same.
It's still the same,
we had
they'd still
talked
need to be
specifically
certified.
about-
Okay, that's what I was clarifying.
So I think we should just post it openly and see what the applicant pool is. You're seeing a need for it, we're not seeing any in-house applicants. I think we need to post it and see what happens.
Yep.
What about posting like graduate students?
No, we need we're looking, I would prefer for somebody who has the certification to be able to do it.
I've noticed on Facebook that there are a couple of people advertising their tutoring services, who say they're certified teachers. I don't know if that's.
Well, if you want to contract out, that would be different. If we wanted to try and.
You mean to like human or to, are you saying to, or like to a teacher, or you're saying to a company?
No, teacher.
Okay, yeah, she's not talking about
individuals who
contract,
live in
she's talking about
town
teacher.
Or posting, advertise on those Facebook groups, on the HP Parents Facebook group.
The only concern that I have is I know a number of parents are going out and getting tutors, and I know that a number of parents can't afford to get it, or students can't afford to get tutors, and I just want us to provide that service for everybody in-house. And 6 was more, that was more than I thought was going to apply, so.
Where are we? Those were kids, though.
Yeah, that was
who wanted it. Where do we actually post it? I mean, one of my concerns with all of our jobs is, especially something like this, is it's a very limited posting, right? Where does it go?
Well, because it's a Schedule B, it first goes internal.
Right, but it's done that already, so now where will it go?
Well, that's why we're having this conversation now as far as.
Right, but when you post a job, where do you post it?
We post it, we post it on our website, we post it on NG Hire, and then, we also can post it on the Star Ledger. And again, that's been something that for this position, I think it runs, it's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
It'll cost us as much in posting it as we're going to pay that tutor probably for the remainder of the year.
I just worry I feel like that's, people who are looking for teaching jobs know where to look, right? And that's probably where they're looking. But this is not a teaching job, this is a tutoring job, and I feel like that might not be the appropriate place for posting it.
Does it have to be someone who's certified to teach?
I think we have
To be a tutor?
I think it's our due diligence to find somebody who is certified.
But we have such a hard time finding
We can't even
a
find a
regular
teacher.
teacher for science.
I
don't know how we can find a certified, good person if we can't even find them for the school.
Tim, I think you and I agree on this, is that if we are having student-teacher contact in any form, it should be with a certified professional in the field.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we,
Otherwise I can have Adam come tutor them.
Right, yeah.
If we're not looking for certified people.
Right.
I'm saying that would be bad.
In a teaching program, for instance, but they don't have, in my opinion, I don't know that they have to be a certified teacher in physics.
We have a tutoring program, though, don't we?
Yeah.
That's a peer tutoring program. So, going along the lines of what you're talking about, we have the schools, from the point of view of the kids, there's something in place that a lot of the kids don't go to and haven't made good use of, and for whatever reason. Either it's the sense of
social and
being
emotional.
judged by your peers, whatever it is, we have something, I can say we, the board, but there is something in place that permits kids to seek out help from uncertified people.
Yes.
But no, from other kids. That's who staffs the tutoring, is kids that have taken the class. And there's nothing wrong with that, but they're not adults. They're
All right, so this is my suggestion. I would like Tim and the administration to reach out to Metuchen and Edison as well as posting it on NJ Hire. I don't think right now it's appropriate to pay to post this, and see what give it a week deadline and see what our response is. But I would like you to find, my personal preference is to find a certified teacher who is willing to do an after-school program. If they live in Metuchen and Edison and school ends at 3 o'clock, we can start the tutoring at 3:15 or 3:30. But my preference is to find somebody who is qualified in the material.
And I think that's a good idea. But just in the meantime, too, it could never happen. This could, we could do our due diligence and we can hope all we want, but the bottom line is that this could never happen. So just, in the meantime, I would hope that there's somebody that those classes are getting extra attention and observations or the extra help or whatever they need for it to run smoothly for the rest of the year with these kids.
Yeah, I agree.
Because whether we have a tutor or not, the classroom, they need to be learning, and the classroom needs to be run well.
Are all the 6 kids that signed up for, was it physics?
Actually, I
Well, the one
believe
class is-
It was general, right?
chemistry. It was general, but
Yeah.
the majority of them were chemistry.
I think the goal was to be an overall overreaching science tutoring program, not just one area specific.
Okay, is there any other old business? Is there any new business?
We're going to go quick. Let's go. You go quick.
Adam and I went on a field trip today.
Yeah, we went to West Windsor, Plainsboro.
Vacation day well used. We went down to West Windsor. Mark Wise was kind enough to take us there. The teachers were kind enough to open their doors to us, and the students were pretty great too. We went into, the first stop was at the high school, and we went into a science class. It was a biology class. I believe it was freshman biology, and it was a self-guided class. So essentially, and I said this to Mark, but it operated how I understand a MOOC to operate really, but on a smaller level, where the teachers, there was a lot of upfront investment. So they really wrote the course upfront using Google Docs and set it up so that the students had different quests and there were different learning objectives and units. And at the end of each unit, they had, they meet with the teacher to make sure they got through those objectives. And there's a lot of writing and a lot of reporting, and the teachers go through all of that. But there are no time frames assigned to any of these things. It's all self-guided. And your grade is based on how far you get through the material and how you go through those evaluations at the end. So it's based on how much of the material you master. So the goal is to master 6 units, and you have, at the end of each unit, these mastery meetings with your teachers. And if you master something, you go on to the next, and then your grade is based on that mastery. There are midterms, and there are finals that do actually have deadlines. This is the first year of this program. Oh, and I should say the students are provided with Chromebooks, but they are from a cart, so they're cart-based, so those Chromebooks stay at school. The classroom was very dynamic. The kids most of them were learning. Some of them were off in a corner doing something else. They're pretty much on pace. They're slightly behind right now. But it's the very first year of this. And what we talked to Mark about was how interesting it will be at the end of this year to see how the students fared, how did they do. And they're still just the regular science classes. But from talking to the students, they were really empowered, they were really taking control of their education, and I believe which teaching model, not teaching model, I'm sorry, the evaluation model.
Danielson model.
They're using, and so, which
part of it is self-guided learning.
Part of it is students engaging with their learning and students taking control of their learning. And so this was a way of the students to do it. They seemed very excited about these quests that they were going on, and they still had a textbook. They picked some textbook from New Zealand, but a lot of it was online and free materials. Now, the teachers, there's a huge amount of work on front end from the teachers because they had to absolutely set up this course, set up links, set up different learning objectives, and do all of this. And every piece of that is in Google Docs. And so it's all of your units are there, and the students get their login. So that
it's all pushed right to each computer.
It was pushed right to each computer. So it was very interesting, and I don't really, my takeaway opinion of it is, I think a lot of students might learn really well this way, and I think a lot of students might not learn really well this way.
You said it was a regular science class? You mean like
We saw-
not AP or honors?
We saw a regular and an honors.
We actually saw an honors biology class, but there is a non-honors class that is taught in the same way.
So like our version of CP?
What was that? Our version of what?
CP.
Yes.
So
Okay.
And it's in much the same way being taught, exactly the same way. So it will be very interesting to see, in my opinion, how they do. There's also common assessments. So these kids are having the same assessments, sort of midterm, end term, as the as the kids who are in the non-self-guided class. So it will be interesting to hear from Mark how those common assessments fare, how they do.
So they have this two, I'm sorry, they have the two, like one guided, one non-guided, both the same level, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There's also a pre-assessment.
There are only, I think, 2 classes that are being taught currently self-guided. One is honors and one is non-honors. Remember, West Windsor-Plainsboro has 10,000 students,
Right.
so we are talking about a lot of classes.
Yeah.
And it's a different population.
And the other interesting thing that they're doing is testing at the beginning of each, the students are going through sort of a benchmark at the beginning of each unit as well to see, where they're coming from. So it'll be very interesting to see. My takeaway is that some students will learn really well that way and some students might not learn that way, but to offer certain students who do learn that way and who are self-guided the ability to do that seems really great.
These were 50 random students that were picked. They did not self-select into this program.
Yeah, they did not choose to be in this at all. It was just, everybody was signing up for freshman biology, and you kind of got what you got. So it'll be very interesting. The next place we went was a 5th grade class. So what West Windsor has done is rolled out Google Chromebooks on a one-to-one basis.
In the 5th grade.
In the 5th grade.
I really want us to start separating technology from software. So really what they're using is Google Docs and Google Drive. That's essentially like the key here. The fact that it's on a Chromebook, they're cheap, they're great, whatever. But the students are using that. And I walked into these classrooms and it was like, it was buzzing. Like I was engaged in what they were doing. I mean, I was learning. It was so fantastic. The students first came up to the front of the classroom and the teacher started it was a co-teaching group because it was an inclusion class, and the co-teachers were teaching together. And they started the science program up by the projector, and the teacher was speaking, they were looking at the projector, and they were looking at their objectives, and then they went back to, they were in groups, and they went back to their groups, and they opened their Google Docs, and their Google Drives, and they made predictions, and then they went to their mic, and then they took a picture of a piece of paper because their predictions were what is this colored paper going to look at like when I put it in the microscope. So they took a picture, and then they went and they got their microscopes and they looked, and then they actually figured out, and the teachers didn't even know they could do this, how to take the microscope up to the camera so they could take a picture of what they were seeing. And remember, Google Docs are dynamic, so you can share this with everybody. Plus it's cloud-based. The teachers said that and there's GChat too. The teacher said that at the beginning some of the kids were off task, but I have honestly never seen a group of students as engaged and excited as these students were.
They were excited to talk to us and to
Well, they were excited for their lesson, and they were excited to use the computer to type it out. And one of the things we were talking about with the teachers was the writing piece. You know, some of the parents were complaining about writing, and we were discussing, and the teacher said, well, actually, you know, students handwrite, I forget what the number of words per minute was.
20 words.
I think they handwrite between 10 and 20 words per minute,
40
but they can type 40 words per minute. And so they're getting their thoughts out, and maybe their writing's not as good, but there's more. And then they have the ability to go back in a live document and edit and really work on what they're doing. And it has made a major shift in both student engagement and the work that's coming out of these students.
Yep.
And the teachers were really thrilled with it. The other interesting things were that, you know, one of the teachers' classrooms we went to see, she wasn't in there, was sick, but she still had everything uploaded to Google Docs. And so the students still had every piece of material they needed for that lesson right there. And so they could go in with this substitute was there, but they were in their Google Docs and they were working. They're doing a lot of video conferencing, so they do book clubs over the weekend, video conferencing with their friends. And the teachers told us a really fun story, which was that a student called out sick. And she was out sick, but she was able to log into her Google Drive account from home, and all of a sudden the GChat screen comes up, and all of the students are excited that she's there, but she was able to engage in the lesson and participate in the lesson even though she was home. We also talked about sort of the balance of the technology.
The fact that she wanted to.
But that
she wasn't really sick. But no, this is what I have to say. These kids, they want to learn because they like this medium. They love this tool, they like this medium, they want to learn. The one thing that they said they had a hard time with some of the students because some of them wanted to go on the internet, some of them wanted to do different things. So they set up something called Symbaloo, which basically becomes, you launch it and it's in blue, and it's just, I guess, the home screen, what you call it, with tabs already associated to it, and the tabs are all, or like applications or whatever, they're all educational games, enrichment games that, like brain games and things like that, that the teachers have set up for the students, so that they're allowed every Friday to have a little bit of time where they just do some brain games or do whatever. Or some of those kids who don't sit still can take a minute to just collect themselves and do that kind of thing. And they said that it's worked really well. What was also interesting is that because it was inclusion, it's worked really well for the traditional learners and the identified kids. So it's worked really well for both. And what the teacher said, one of her students is very, very fidgety, and he really couldn't keep still, except then he got the computer. And he suddenly zoned in, and the things that he was typing and that were coming out of him were just so amazing and inspiring.
Let me just say something about this. The organization side, for anybody who does have learning disabilities, one of the main concerns is organization and keeping on task. The Google Docs keeps everything in a folder, and and there's no self-organization. It's already all organized for you. And Mark himself has said that that showed wonders with their classified students.
And so it was great to see how engaged they were. It was great to see how this tool was being utilized in addition to the microscopes as yet another. It really allowed the teacher to do collaborative learning with the students, where the students were really collaborating with each other. And sometimes the Chromebooks get closed, and then they spoke to each other, and that was fine. And we went into another teacher's classroom, and Adam and I had the chance to talk to kids. They were having some sort of free reading time or free time, and they showed me some of the book reports they did, where they could design pages and write out their reports and just create these presentations. And then they had to give the presentation. So what I was looking at from these fifth graders were like speaking points and all of these things.
PowerPoint presentations.
But not PowerPoint, because it's Google Docs. And so they're allowed to organize in a way that makes sense to them. So one girl I saw had a lot of bullet points, and another student had a lot of paragraph text. And so they were allowing them to sort of make it make sense for themselves. The other interesting thing is the teacher's ability to go into the students' Google Docs, look and read their reading, and just make comments in real time. So they're making comments, and the student can then go back into the document on the writing piece and fix it according to the comments and work on their stuff. They're also, they're doing math as well. I was seeing a lot of sort of PDF scan of a math page and then some answers down below, but they're using it for pretty much everything. We talked about students' ability to type. How are you teaching typing? Well, as part of Symbaloo, what they put on there was a program called Typing Agent. And so the students, when in their free time, can work on their typing, and it's something that they've really wanted to do. They're using something called Hapara, which Hapara essentially works with Google Docs. So the teacher logs into Hapara, and it allows the teacher to very easily push out all of the documents that they want to go into all of those students' Google Docs at one time. So it's one Hapara account for the class. The teacher uploads it, and it pushes it out into each of the students' folders.
And it's also a tracker. You can see what is going on. And there's a tab within
It's a management tool, so the teacher becomes the manager, and the teacher can go in and see what the students are doing and where they are.
So if somebody is at a wrong site or not on task, Hapara alerts the teacher, and they can see right on their dashboard where everybody is.
And I have a lot of notes about manage access and back-end switches and management software and filters, but I won't bore you with any of that. The thing that was just so great about it was how engaged all of these students were, and how excited they were to learn, and just how on task they were.
I did a tour of Bartle School about 3 years ago, and I came to here, and it's not saying anything about our students, but these students were there was little downtime during the class that we were in. There was always something going on where everybody was on task, or at least moving towards the next task. And the passion that they had explaining to us, and their cognitive ability to understand what they were doing versus what they weren't doing, was incredible. Where I had one kid said, I was like, so are you always on task? And she's like, no. The first month I wasn't always on task. I was playing games, but after a month went by, I quickly realized that I was falling behind in school, and I needed to stay on task, and I haven't been on a game since then.
And there was another interesting comment, which was, I don't know if a student said this to you, but a teacher was teaching about Poland, and the student really wasn't following what the teacher was saying, but she had her Google Docs open, and bearing in mind, they have very good filters at West Windsor. She Googled Poland and said, oh, there it is. Okay, now I understand. And it really centered her and grounded her in the lesson, and was then able to learn and hear what the teacher was saying, and felt, better about that. So part of it is teaching students to be accountable and teaching them how to use the internet and how to do good searching and how to ask questions. But really, it's an enhancement for what the teacher is teaching.
But one of the most important things, after talking to the teacher, we realized what it was, as Jesse said, these were teacher-driven initiatives. The teacher went to the administrators and said, I want to teach a one-to-one program, or I want to teach a program with the Chromebooks, and they really had the passion for it. They really wanted to put it implemented. Right now, in West Windsor, Plainsboro, they are completely going one-to-one for fifth graders, and this is a cohort, and every fifth...
They're rolling it out, I think, for fourth, fifth, and...
No, fifth, sixth, fifth is the youngest.
Okay, so they're rolling out for fifth, sixth, and seventh.
Yeah, so this fifth grade...
On Friday.
This fifth grade class will always have a Chromebook until the rest of their...
And remember, Chromebook is just a vehicle. The thing that's so great is these dynamic docs and their ability to share and their ability to really connect with each other in a medium that, I'm sorry, children aren't really used to. My guy comes home and plays Minecraft with his friends. And to have him come home and do a book report with his friends, I know they're going to get off task a little bit, but it's exciting for them, and it's a medium that they really do enjoy and they engage with.
Exactly.
And we owe it to our students to teach them the 21st century.
People were Skyping into the classroom when they were, as she said, even on the computer, people were Skyping in for book groups. Next time I'm going to Skype into a board meeting when I'm not here.
The other interesting thing that I observed is that even though we were in there, and then police officer Dan or somebody came in, it was like a television show. So like Postman Pat came in, brought in flowers and donuts. The kids didn't really even notice the person coming in because they were still so engaged in their lesson that... One person found something really cool, and then they all gravitated
to it. Then they went back to their stations to do what they saw at this other kid's desk. So I think to move this along a little bit.
Because I want to go to bed. I was so excited.
I think it was extreme. It was so exciting, and Jesse and I just left there in awe and excited for everybody else to see this and to learn a little bit about this. Not necessarily that we're going to do this tomorrow, but we definitely want to recommend doing the next step.
Yeah, I would really love for, Mark is really great. He would be willing to come in and give us a presentation for sure. He would be willing, I'm sure, to open the doors for the administration to go down there. I would love to hear more about the grants because their Chromebooks, the initial rollout was funded by grants.
But that was a West Windsor grant, though.
So it was a local West Windsor grant. Right. The number I just heard for Chromebooks tonight of $260 was less than the $350 I heard they paid.
But they got theirs engraved.
So, and what's really interesting is that the piece, so we have our hardware piece and we have our hardware guy, and Google Docs is really great, and I hope it remains free and they keep supporting it. And then there's just a lot of educational programs and educational apps and websites and things that these teachers have really invested the time in identifying, and it's the teachers being interested in it, but it's the teachers who are also finding those pieces that's really driving it.
It's my vision that this will not be easy for us. Mark made a great observation that in West Windsor, Plainsboro, which the size that they are, they have the doers and the thinkers. In our district, most of our doers are our thinkers as well. We don't separate those tasks.
I think I said that, but...
Okay, sorry. Maybe Jesse might have said that.
We are such a small district that everybody is doing everything, right? So, and they have more of a management structure than we do, but it was really exciting, and this is really where I see us going and needing to go education-wise, especially with these kids and getting them ready for 21st century skills, especially listening to the teachers who are telling us that these are the only computers kids are seeing. We need to learn them. God, I need to go to bed. And we need to teach them these skills.
The one thing that we learned today is that they pilot things. They test it out. We are a small enough district, we can test things out as well, and we should really sister up with them, sister brother up with them in some capacity. They have other districts, Millstone, that they stole their project from Millstone.
That's what I was trying to
And, you know, I think we should send a delegation down as our next step.
Or have Mark come up here.
I think you get the experience though when you're there.
And I think we should have someone researching grants, and we should be thinking about, I really think that this is our next,
Yeah.
this is what we need to be doing.
I agree. The fifth grade especially.
You know, Adam and I disagree on
We-
when you start. I mean,
I don't
think
believe in putting computers in much younger than fifth grade in a substantial way. And so we disagree on that, but these are all philosophy things that we all can...
That fifth grade place is sort of magical because they have very good filters, but things get through filters, and fifth grade is a really good place to teach those skills and being responsible.
What they do well is that fifth grade is really, they hit the ground running. In first, second, and third grade and fourth grade, they do smaller computer-based instruction, monthly, weekly, being typing, being research, being homework on the computer, so that when they are in the fifth grade program, they are ready to go on day one with the computer skills necessary to accomplish the tasks.
And the final piece, and then we should all go to bed,
Yeah.
is that the one thing I really like there as well is that they have obviously networked printers, and so they're in sort of corners of hallways.
Yeah.
So they're printer stations. So if the students do actually need to print something out, it just goes out there and they get it. And it's all account-based and everything like that.
And they're at the age.
And the students finally buy insurance for their Chromebooks,
Yeah.
which is $32.
And if you do it for 5 years, it becomes like $12 or $15 for the...
And they keep
year.
these Chromebooks with them for, I think that their life expectancy is 3 years. They have seen breakage, so they had to buy a couple extra, but they bought sleeves for the students, and if the parent does not want to pay for the $32 insurance...
Or cannot pay.
Then they sign a letter that says they are liable.
But also they offer free and reduced lunch coverage by the district for insurance.
Thoughts, comments?
Questions?
Thank you very much for your very thorough explanation.
So
Very cool. Is there other new business?
All business.
Well,
Old business, new business.
Yeah, for new business, we've had some conversation about these computers, and you just made an approval to increase our speed, and I'm just
I'd
wondering...
like to move that we buy 400 computers at $260 apiece. Can we do that?
Oh, we do. You're really...
You can't actually act on it until you have a proposal. You can bring a proposal and you can approve it.
I think, and I
Can
don't
you- can you-
think it's not
Linda?
worth buying the computers
Linda,
if
just
we
speak into
don't
your mic, please.
upgrade the,
We already moved that, though.
That's different. We need to do the other thing.
If you want to make a position motion for like direction, that's fine, but you
Can we
can't
authorize-
we can't actually issue a purchase order without board approval of a actual tangible motion with a quote, because it's over the bid threshold, so we have to have an actual motion for a purchase, which we can present at the next board meeting. But you can't,
But I guess I'm looking for some conversation here
For-
as far
for
as where it is
support.
that we are, because...
yeah, for some board support,
again,
yeah, you can do a motion for that.
Are you looking to implement a one-to-one program?
We're not there yet.
sorry.
We're not in that position.
Don't we
We're
need a
just trying to get
plan for-
computers to make sure that every teacher has a computer and make sure that we're starting to provide some access to students. And that's, like I said, I mean, this is kind of the first step.
I thought we were all in agreement on that.
right, I think the servers and the network improvements are actually in some ways more important than even the computers themselves. Although if we're about to lose 300 XP computers, then all bets are off.
Right. Well, I mean, he just said, didn't he, that they're going to start doing that full evaluation of the entire district, what we have, what we don't have? I mean,
I heard the urgency from the teachers, to be honest with you, and I'm absolutely on board with this sort of smaller number and putting that through as soon as we possibly can, especially if the cost per computer is $260, which is definitely a much better price than I've heard from other districts. So if we have to wait till the next board meeting to do it, I for one, think that we should ask the administration to move in that direction.
Okay.
And Anna's shaking her head, so she agrees with me.
I think that, I think no matter what the technology plan ends up saying, we're going to need to improve the servers, and we're going to need to replace the Windows XP computers.
I'm concerned about the number 400. I am fully supportive of every teacher having a computer.
Well,
I just don't think that's 400, and I'm also supportive of some carts or some additional carts in the district. I just don't necessarily know if we need 400.
If we can't do anything tonight, why can't we ask for more information on why we need 400?
Yeah.
And ask you to move toward getting proposals.
Right, I have no...
We'd be talking about 2 board meetings then, right?
1 board meeting.
Well,
yeah.
2 board meetings.
Well, you can have a proposal ready for next board meeting.
Could we have
We've been gathering requests for proposal, quote, information, which we may have at this point. We've been working on it for quite a while. I would think that we could bring this specific as to the purpose of the purchase for the next meeting, which could justify the purchase.
And that could be changed at the board
I don't know
meeting.
why we couldn't do it all in the next meeting.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I think it's important, and I heard the same thing as Jesse, is that there is a sense of urgency. I mean, Kim Crane spoke about it, the teachers spoke about it at the curriculum meeting, that there is an urgency. So I would suggest that we move in that direction.
Yeah.
So for the next board meeting,
My only input on that, or input, I don't know. I understand the urgency. I agree with the urgency. I'm excited about what you guys found down in West Windsor. Getting more technology in the hands of our students and figuring out how to make it happen is a great direction to be going in. I want to be able to get my head wrapped around exactly what we're trying to do. And as I'm really excited, so I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer on this, because I'm not, but I want to make sure that I have as much information in front of me as I can to really understand what it is that we're buying and what the impact, what the expected impact is of that, and how it's going to be delivered and how it's going to be implemented. I mean, we could certainly go out today and buy 400 Chromebooks. I mean, actually, we couldn't go out today and do it, because Linda said we couldn't. But even if we could go out today and buy them, they'd just be sitting in a box in a room somewhere. And I just want to get a sense of an implementation plan from people, too.
I don't think they will be from what the teachers, I hear what you're saying, and I think the teacher, maybe we need to hear more from the teachers.
I just want to hear more from the teachers, and I'd love for it to be a hurry up in here from them, because I think that I'm excited by it. I just want to make sure we...
I agree. I think we should have, I think that, there should be a rationale provided for us so that everybody has, a sense of the purpose of the number, and, then we can determine whether we want to move forward with it or not.
But I have no objections to putting it on next board meeting to move it if we are satisfied with the conversation that happens.
Agreed.
The other thing I wanted to hear more about from West Windsor was, and Mark didn't really have an answer, or he did, was if it reduced textbook costs, because
Well, he pretty much said no at this point.
curriculum. He said at this point it does not.
Most textbooks charge the same for an ebook or a hard copy.
I know.
So it doesn't save you any money.
And I think you guys said in curriculum you met with Irving and Bartle teachers, right? So I don't know, have we gotten the feedback from middle school and high school teachers? Are we just talking about these 400 just for Irving and Bartle? Like, are we talking about teachers throughout the district, Irving, Bartle teachers? Like, I think there are more questions than there are answers.
Well,
and I think
the union
one
rep
of...
speaks for K-12, but...
Well, but that was an impromptu speech from what she said. It wasn't something, I don't know that was the permission slip to go buy computers for the whole district. I would like to see a little bit more input before we did that. And from what I understand from the limited conversations that I've had from Mark, I did not go today, that this was part of a plan.
Yes.
This was part of a very systematic, thought out,
Right, I don't think we're talking
written
about rolling out a
plan.
one-to-one plan. I think we're talking about the fact that our kids have literally no computers, and our teachers don't have computers either. We're not talking about a systematic rollout plan, because we need to have a systematic rollout plan, but in the meantime, we have to have some computers for our students.
Personally, for me, I just want to see that inventory. Brian just got up there and said that he's dedicating his whole staff, I think he said next week, to doing that inventory. I think we owe it to ourselves and to taxpayers to see what that inventory is, what that really means. We can't just say, we literally have none, when we haven't seen that on paper. When we see that on paper, then we can say, look, we literally have none. But until I have, personally for me, until I have that piece of paper in my hand, those are just words.
Agreed. Is there other new business?
I have something very quick, and this is just, I don't know if new business is quite the right place, but I was thinking a little bit about Dr. Williams' presentation earlier tonight, where he talked about the policies and the relative disagreement between the board policies and the practices at the high school with respect to both the requirements to get into some of these classes and also the requirements for teacher recommendations. And just a suggestion to the curriculum committee, just because it's an opportunity for me to throw this out to you. One of the things I was trying to figure out is the policies say one thing. It seems that the building has been practicing something which doesn't quite agree with the policies. And one of the most important questions that I think I'd like to see answered, at least at the outset, is how much the curriculum committee thinks we need to codify at the policy level in order to ensure that the building does what we would like them to do. I mean, you know, there's regulation and there's practice and then there's actual policy, and it seems like the policy is relatively far-reaching in terms of what it's asking for the schools to do, so I suspect you could probably get a little bit more specific in there about what to ask people to do at the school level. I just want to make sure we're careful about not codifying too much into our policies and really hamstringing our administration for how to accomplish some of those things. I think we need to make sure our policies tell our administration what we want done, but really try to stay away from the how. So that's just me throwing out my 2 cents. So.
And I think he only brought up one policy that was of a concern, and everything, you're exactly right. Whatever the practice has become over this number of years, it doesn't match what it says in the policy. But again, to change those practices that are ingrained, especially when you get
from the board.
Well, it's to have the understanding that if you're going to change GPA, if you're going to change the way that students are graded, or you're going to change the way that and what the impact of that is, you know, there's a significant amount there that, again, the board should be informed about. That absolutely. This is what this is. When he's talking about that as a 0.7, you're talking about students failing for the majority of the year, but ending up with a D on a report card. So you're talking about failure rates. You're talking about that's inflated. Okay, that there are fewer students failing that may have, if you change that, what he referred to as magic math.
There was
the impact of that is that you would potentially, under the same circumstances, if you don't use that formula, you have a higher number of failures. So there are impacts that come out of that, but again, this was kind of, you know, when we had the conversation, it was, here's kind of some of the major issues as far as, again, some of the reporting mechanisms that we have, what that translates into, some of the concerns that arise from it.
Yeah, honestly, I think in terms of my concerns for how far we go down the path of codifying some of our intentions in policy, I was thinking more about the first topic that he was addressing and how students are permitted or not permitted to be able to move from the college prep track, for example, to the AP track. And I'm just throwing out the input that
right, so
I want to make sure we think carefully about that.
Right, so that I mean, from my perspective, that's not a policy decision. That's an implementation decision.
Right.
So yeah, no, absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Is there any other new business? Okay. Public comment. The Highland Park Board of Education welcomes public participation and has reserved this time for your comments.
Tina Weiss House, 143 North Fifth Avenue. This is the latest I've been to a board meeting, so this is relevant to moving the public comment to the end of the meeting. I think very few people can stay this late. I agree that it would be good to have the committee reports report out early, and that people can then, interact with the board over that. But I think to limit the first public comment to just what's in the committee reports I think the community will feel like it's a way to just push off public comment. And I'm exhausted, I want to go home, but I waited. And it was interesting, very interesting about the technology, so I really discourage you strongly from limiting the public comment, but putting the committee reports forward seems a good idea. The other thing is that in terms of, I appreciate the frustration of not having computers in the school for the teachers or the students, and that we're kind of way behind in that way. But just to buy, if we have a budget problem, to just make a purchase that, I was talking to somebody in another district that uses Chromebooks. She says they break all the time. There's a breakage problem. They're lightweight or whatever. The kids are very rough with them, whatever. They don't last. So I think just to rush out, it didn't sound like there's a plan, although there's frustration and clearly the need to move fast in terms of meeting the need. I just think, you just can't spend $100,000 on Chromebooks and then tell us there's a budget problem and, okay, maybe that wasn't a good decision, and then think about it later. It just didn't sound good the way it was happening here. But, okay. Do I have to sign again?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, okay.
No?
Okay.
Did you just put her name? Okay. Okay, we've got your
It's my
name.
name.
Thank you, Tina.
I'm Elizabeth Estes, and I'm at 311 North 4th Avenue. I have a 29-year-old who's at Rutgers who went through all the schools, and I have somebody in Bartle and somebody else in middle school. I wanted to thank Mr. Ross for his suggestion. I think it's a great idea for us to be able to comment on the committee reports, because that's what I stayed to do. I stayed to hear about the curriculum report. So, I thought it was really a lively, wonderful report about gifted and talented, but I was kind of shocked because I didn't hear it balanced with how is our curriculum going to address the achievement gap. And so that's one thing I'd like to know is, in what way is the curriculum committee directing teachers to address the achievement gap that we have?
Do you want to field that, or you want me to talk about it?
Go ahead.
Okay. So in the conversation about the Tier 2 materials that were selected, which are the support materials and the RTI model, the teachers were very enthusiastic about the materials that had been selected and how they provide a lot of different avenues of exploration, that there's support for kids who are not meeting the, whatever the particular standard level is, and then there's also supports for kids who are excelling. And so a lot of the materials that they've been looking at have these kinds of things built into them as differentiation tools. And so this is something that they've really been very focused on in terms of, the curriculum, that it has options, that it gives the students, options for whatever particular needs they have.
Right. That's the kind of thing I would like that report to address.
Sure.
It's such a dire need that we have. So if that report on the curriculum could address how the curriculum is going to address the achievement gap. Also, how is it going to help with mixed achievement groups? We've decided to put them all together, which I support. And the last thing is, I'd like to hear about what are those tools, the support tools, because now it's a black box to me. So I actually would like to...
I read the list. I can reread the list?
No, I heard the list of names, but it doesn't mean anything to me. What I want to know is what's the action plan, and what's going to be in place to support what we want to do, which is to get everybody learning and not just gifted and talented. I thought the report was went overboard in that way.
It's my understanding that today's conversation was about gifted and talented, and we have other conversations at other curriculum committees. They have other conversations about a wide range of different levels at different curriculum
There were
committees.
4 points of things that I reported out on, and gifted and talented was one of them.
Tonight was just about gifted and talented, and that's not because we're not talking about other things.
Probably more robust because I took a day off of work to go view another program in another district.
Right, and so then I would like to know, too, I'd be really interested if somebody goes to a place that has been addressing an achievement gap, you know, where is it terrible and where is it getting improved?
When the decision to move forward with curriculum choices was made, and just correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the determination was made that the teachers would be working with the materials that they purchase to try to pilot a new curriculum unit in May that they'll be developing. And so the plan is really to develop that new unit in May, work out the kinks, and then spend some time, you know, over the summer or when there's time available to develop, you know, the first few units or as many units as can be done for the 14-15 school year. So at that time, that's really when the rich conversation will happen about how well are these materials, you know, supporting achievement at, you know, all levels. What kind of support structures do we need to put in here? What sort of acceleration structures do we need to put in here? But again, this is something that has really been driven by the teachers. So with these materials in particular, they're really looking at ways that they can use the materials as a foundation, right, and the curriculum that's going to be built to meet the needs of all of those kids.
That's great. That's great. I just think thematically it would help me as a community member if I knew that that's where we're aiming, and it just reminded us all that that's our main theme.
Sure.
The last thing is, you know, there's all this talk about Chromebooks and Google Docs, which I think is really, really wonderful, but I hope that in curriculum we're also looking at group discussion-based support so that everybody is brought into a room and learns how to lead their own discussion. So, you know,
that was part of the Google program or the Chromebook program. That conversation and that led.
Well, I want to make sure that the Chromebook closes and people talk like we're doing now so that it doesn't take like a crisis for our kids to be involved in their communities, right? That's what we all want. We all want us to have a strong conversational connection. So I'm looking for curriculum materials that support conversational skills, discussion.
Yeah.
You know, people can speak up. I'm just saying, you know, as a community member, that's one thing I'd really love to hear about.
Definitely.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you look at the Common Core, there's a whole set of standards around speaking and listening that you can't do on a Chromebook.
Yes, and so I want to know, how are we going to meet those? I'd be really excited about that. I would help with that. I'd be on a committee for that. I really believe in that. There's also all these kinds of kids who, they might not be writers, you know? They might be talkers.
We talked about that today and how that would be implemented.
So let's keep it balanced. I'm just here to say, you know, I didn't hear this part of the balance, and I want to support that.
And I just want to say, I hear your frustration, and I felt something similar during the curriculum report, that I feel like a lot of the push of the board and the administration lately has been geared towards the achievement gap, and this is our biggest issue, and we have to work on this, and we have to do something about this. And then we got a list of, and this is not meant to, you know, be derogatory at all, we got a list of the materials that would be used for all kids, but then the bulk of the report did sound more geared towards one specific group, and I would like to hear that very specific.
Tonight.
That was actually two separate things.
Tonight was about gifted and talented.
You know,
Right, but I'm just,
gotta be able to parse that.
I'm just saying, I understand how it sounded to someone outside of us.
I think this, I mean, we will certainly have more curriculum reports as more materials are selected, and, you know, absolutely. We hope to, you know, be able to continue that good work.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
I'm not signing in again. Can you just say your name again? Yes. Michelle McFadden DiNicola, 118 South 2nd Avenue. I was making notes as you guys were talking, so I was thinking that my number one comment would be that I agree with the change in in the conduct of board meetings. But I think that in a lot of ways, you're absolutely moving in the wrong direction if you're limiting public comment to the agenda items that you bring up in that first part of the meeting. I mean, expediting this process is important, but we have a communication problem, but not necessarily a communication problem, but more of, I would say at this point, like a psychological problem in Highland Park, where we are not hearing you wanting to hear from us. This has been a really different meeting than the last three.
I'm telling you right now, I want to hear from you.
Thanks, Adam. All right, so that's on camera, but I'm asking you to not limit public comment to those agenda items, but I think it's a good move otherwise. The next question that I had was about the balcony upgrade project. So as a person who's sitting out there listening to all of the budget woes and the crisis with, you know, finances, it sounds a little weird that we're upgrading a balcony in the high school auditorium. Do we need to do that?
This was a donation, and it was directed towards this project and this project alone.
Okay.
And we talked about that too.
Okay.
This is a donation.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I think that some of the eye rolling and the commentary is unnecessarily snarky and sarcastic, and I am starting to feel overly frustrated with it. I don't know that that comes across on the camera, but it's not really productive.
You know what, you're right, and it isn't right, but just also, we see the same thing. So maybe, you know, people are making comments or eye rollings or getting frustrated, or maybe they're just getting tired, or maybe they're just saying something that's even totally unrelated, but it really does go on both sides, so I share your frustration.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that. I think it's important that we bring that up.
Yeah.
So, you know, the upgraded balcony project was just a concern, because we're getting different messages out there. We're hearing we're in, you know, dire straits, and then we're hearing that we're getting a brand new balcony. So I understand, I totally understand the donation process, but maybe we can try and get donations and grants for textbooks and computers and teachers to be reinstated, and secretaries, things like that. And then my next question was about Tier 1 and Tier 2, because there's guided reading for Tier 2, is that right? And then there's whole literature, or I forget the term that was used about Tier 1. Whole class. And I know guided reading is, an example of that would be the Voices program, which is not the most popular program I've heard of. So I was wondering what the difference is and why those differences are existing, and what's the implementation process?
You're talking about two separate things. The guided reading, there's portions of Voices, which is guided reading. The Tier 2 materials that are being purchased is giving teachers choice, trying to make sure that they have resource-rich classrooms so that they can match the student needs with the materials that we have. So Voices, or the other programs that you're looking at, those are Tier 1 programs. The Tier 2 programs are things that the teachers are going to be able to take and implement immediately, because they already work in centers, they already work in small groups, and now they'll have the materials in order to address those needs of students on their level.
So the Tier 1 and Tier 2 are not groups of students by academic achievement?
No.
Okay. Okay, that was the answer I was looking for. And then guided reading, I just got the impression that that was not something that was really beneficial. So I don't know if that was the teacher recommendation, or if that was something that was sort of mandated by the choices that were given to them.
Every material that's being purchased was chosen by teachers.
Okay, were they given...
We did not pick anything. We did not say, you must have one of these, you must have one of these. They made a determination on every selection, to the point that I told them, it really doesn't matter to me, okay, because I don't have to use those materials. And I made that point over and over again. The point is that the people in the classrooms working with students that have to match materials to student needs, that's who needs to make sure that these materials work for them. So everything that we've purchased is because the teachers chose it.
So my...
And the one thing that they did not come to agreement on, okay, was that they wanted to look at was the Tier 1. And so we've actually brought in a number of other resources. They wanted to revisit it, and now they're going to do that as well.
Okay.
But any materials that are purchased are going to be teacher selected.
Okay, so I was just wondering how they went about selecting those. Were they given carte blanche to choose anything in the world, or was it a pool of certain things that
I
were...
would say it was somewhere in between. We had some materials that we picked out that were highly rated. They brought in things that they were interested in or had seen as well. Actually, the program that they talked about as far as the longitudinal tracking of students as far as their reading levels, that was something that wasn't on the table. After we talked about the DRA2 and a determination was made that that's what they wanted to go with because that's what they were familiar with in the district, this other one was brought on the table. Okay, a teacher brought it up and said, well, what about this one instead? I think this matches the materials better. We had a conversation with those teachers, brought them back together, and they identified and said, yes, this is a better product, and even though it's not something we're familiar with, it'll better meet the needs of kids, and so they were allowed to make that change as well.
Okay, so my next question is just that are any or all or most of those things that they chose themselves all Common Core aligned?
Everything that we've taken has been to align to the Common Core.
Okay.
You're looking at, I mean, some of them are resources, are texts, are level texts. You wouldn't be able to say that they're specifically Common Core aligned, but to give students choice in independent reading in small groups when they're working within centers, you have to have those resources available, which we have not had.
So an example would be like a novel, not...
Correct.
Okay. And then my next question is about technology again. And Mr. Humphreys said that we were kind of deficient for the last 7 years in putting money aside for technology. So I've read a lot of board minutes where Adam talks about technology and funding technology. And I don't think that that goes anywhere. Obviously, it doesn't over the past 7 years. So I was just wondering why. If you had any idea about that.
We didn't have any money.
Okay, because it looks like the budget has been met every single year. You've had enough money for everything, so.
I'm sorry?
There were different philosophies. There was the different philosophy, and the money was, you know.
So it was not as high a priority as other things?
At the time, the administrators, yes, at the time.
Okay.
In my view.
Okay. So then the next was the Highland Park News, that you had a full page of free space to communicate with the community at large. So I would like to make the suggestion and urge you to take the opportunity to use that space to explain the process behind all of these controversial decisions that have been raised over the past 3 or 4 meetings, like the technology budget and the RIFs and the hiring of the central office staff. I think that's a really wonderful opportunity that you're given to communicate with the community at large. And then my next suggestion was to possibly communicate with the Rutgers Graduate School community. They have plenty of people who I'm sure could meet the criteria for a science tutor.
Tim has done that multiple times. I can attest to that one of the first things that he did when he found out about this was reach out to Mary Curran and the Rutgers program, and he went over there and met many of the teachers and kind of sold Highland Park as a place that they should come and work in.
And apparently that nothing came from that.
Well, they have to graduate first.
Oh, but the graduate students I'm talking about. They wouldn't be able to, I mean, some of them are teachers already, I assume.
I don't know.
No?
I don't know.
Okay. I just think that there's lots of different opportunities with Rutgers so close, the College of New Jersey, Kean University, so something to think about.
And I think as Ann has said many times, our problem is not Highland Park's problem, it's a state problem with science teachers in the high school.
Mm-hmm.
And other
Okay.
board members have said.
Thank you.
Rob Ruslevich, 123 Magnolia. First off, on moving the public comment portion, going to the meeting, was that 2 weeks ago? I thought it was a great idea because, it gives a lot more fodder, a lot more things to talk about in the public comment. The only thing I really do have a reservation on is trying to curtail the public comment within that period just to things that are in the committee reports. I know it's hard to sit through a lot of our comments, but it's really hard for us to bring up things 3 or 4 meetings, such as we're asking for some explanations on some items that we still don't feel have been explained to us. The second thing is going back to the technology plan. Last meeting, we talked about the technology plan, talked about how it was falling apart, how we were looking at buying 400 Chromebooks or netbooks, whatever you want to call them, and that it really hasn't been looked at in reference to Park and hadn't been looked at in reference to our existing technology plan. We had a report comparing our technology plan to some of the recommendations so far, but right now essentially I would say we either have a very old technology plan that's not serving us, or we have no technology plan. My understanding is that to get any of the, the E-rate sort of discounts that are available to us, we need a technology plan that's approved and has to go to the state. So before we, last meeting, we talked about 400 Chromebooks and we're like, yeah, let's do it, but all right, we don't have a technology plan, and we stepped back. We almost went ahead with saying, all right, we're gonna do 400 Chromebooks, but it's like, okay, maybe by the next meeting or 2 meetings. I think you are still overstepping and you need a technology plan first. As much as it hurts me to say it, because I'd like to see the technology in the schools, the teachers would like to see the technology upgraded, everyone would like to see it, but you need the technology plan first. And I think that needs to be where you need to go first. And then you can look at how those purchases are going to be done and you can see what kind of discounts you can get. And I would hope that you do it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Is there any other public comment?
Oh, one more.
My name is Colin Marks, and I live at 443 Graham Street. Right, is the board authorized to explain to us the process in which the rifts took place? Is it possible? Is it not possible? Okay. That would be good to know.
You're more than welcome to make an appointment and come in and talk to the administration.
Yeah, I think that...
Whatever your particular questions are, you can make an appointment and come in and talk.
This is not my question. This is what
But we've
everyone
explained it a
wants to
lot
know.
of times, is the thing.
But
It's been explained, and people don't like the answer, but that's how it is, unfortunately, because that was how we decided.
Right.
Is it being put off until someone does that?
What?
People would like to know.
Okay, but we've told people, we've made it really clear how we made our decision. And if people don't like it, then they should come in and talk.
I'd be happy to sit with you, Colin, and Mr. Capone at the same time and discuss it.
I don't know that it has been made really clear.
But that's...
Maybe you could reiterate.
We actually can't have a conversation with you out there.
Because I actually want something to be accomplished. Like I want, I think it's possible. Like where we can figure this out. Like in a way that doesn't make the board look so terrible.
Well,
if possible.
I definitely appreciate your commitment to this issue, and as I think Claire had a good suggestion, if you would like to sit down with Mr. Capone to satisfy the questions, I think that would be appropriate. I think we've said what we are able to say at the board table at this moment.
And also, like, in what context were the teachers choosing their materials? Like, did they know of a budget crunch when they went around choosing their materials?
I don't speak for, I don't know what they know and didn't know.
The budget crunch, if you're talking about the RIF, the intent was to make sure that we had classrooms that were properly funded, that they had the materials that they needed. So the conversation today, as far as the materials that are selected, is based on what those needs are, identifying what teachers needed to meet the needs of those students, selecting them, and our job to try and get them into their hands so that they can do that.
So they didn't know that there was a budget issue at the time of choosing, or is that not really just?
Yeah, we don't know what they knew. We don't speak for them.
I mean, Colin, I mean, our process was, in January, we sat with those teachers, we spent hours and hours going over the materials to make sure that what they picked is what they wanted.
I think
And
Colin's
they had
talking
lots of
about
rich conversation as far as, what those needs were, what was going to best serve their students.
I think his question, though, is when the teachers were asked before the RIFs. I believe that's what Colin's asking.
Thank you.
Ask
Not-
what before the RIFs?
When the teachers were asked before the RIFs what their needs were, if the teachers understood that if they made their needs clear, that that could mean the termination of employees. I believe that's Colin's question.
Well, I think anything could mean.
And I think this does go back, I think that this does go back to the fact that the board may seem to feel that they've been clear on this issue, but I don't think that's translated out to the public as evidenced by the number of people that continue to come and ask the question.
I really would have liked the dialogue earlier. I think I made that clear.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Colin.
Is there any other public comment? I'd like to ask for a resolution to go into executive session at 6:30 PM on February 10th, 2014 at Bartle School to discuss personnel litigation and negotiations.
So moved.
Second.
Don't everybody put their coats on too quickly.
Need a motion to adjourn?
No, aye.
Oh.
All in favor?
Oh, yes.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, sorry.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Move, is it me? Sorry,
Second.
I move.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.